We're good. All right. I'm going to call the meeting of our March 26th Truckee Town Council to order. Sarah, roll call, please.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Here.
Mayor Pahlavi.
Here.
Councilmember Klövstad.
Here.
And Councilmember Romack.
Here.
And I'll note Councilmember Henderson as absent this evening.
Great. Thank you. And if everybody could rise and join the council in the Pledge of Allegiance, we would appreciate it. With that, we will move into public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on items not on tonight's agenda. Please, if you have a public comment, you can come on up to the podium over here. Make sure you push the button so that it is green. And please state your name for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Any public comment this evening? Jesse, right over here. You've made public comment before. You know the drill. Yeah, thank you. Nice to see you. And if anybody else has public comment, we'd appreciate it if you would just line right up there and be ready once Jesse is finished with her 3 minutes. Push the button there for us and speak into the mic and you're
Hello.
good. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm here. My name is Jesse Griffin, or Clarence Oddbody, at Christmas time. And I want to thank the people of Truckee for what you do for seniors at the Truckee Donner Senior Apartments. But we have a problem. I'm Rotarian. Jan and I are fellow members, and so is Harry Weiss from the hospital. The waiting list for service industry who built this town people at the low-income housing is 7 years waiting. They're dying to get in there. We need to address, yes, we need employee housing, but we also need to take care of the people that built this town, who are service industry people that make this town work. And I went through a presentation with Harry at Rotary, and the hospital gave this wonderful presentation about what it does and nothing about seniors. Not one word was mentioned about seniors. We need to do something to facilitate the assisted living ECC problem. I don't want to die off the mountain because there's no place for me to go. Also, I'm going to talk to Hardy about getting IHSS workers a livable wage. It needs to be raised. It's $15 an hour. You can go to McDonald's and get a higher wage. People want to stay in their homes. So we as a town need to come together. One of the best things that can happen is on April 4th, Golden Seniors at 9 a.m. at the Park and Rec District is going to do a Harry talk. Harry's coming to talk to us. We need every senior that lives in the area to show up. There's free coffee, fruit, and pastries. We need to do a symposium on seniors. Thank you. Any questions?
What does ECC stand for?
Extended care.
Critical care? Extended
Yeah,
care? Okay.
it's 37 beds, which is way too small.
Okay.
You know,
Thank you.
it's important.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Any other public comments for tonight's meeting? Seeing none, I am going to be closing public comment, and we will move on to our presentations. We have a couple of presentations tonight. The first one is in recognition of Women's History Month. We are very lucky that we have the Nevada County Poet Laureate, Kirsten Casey, and she is welcome to the podium. Thank you, Kirsten. And it's fabulous to know that Nevada County has a poet laureate. That was excellent news to me, so I appreciate you being here. And you are going to read the poem Objects in the Pockets of Women in History. Take it away.
Yes, so I met Jen 2 weeks ago at an event in Nevada City or in Grass Valley celebrating Women's History Month. And so I'm sure you're all surprised to come tonight and hear there's going to be a poem. So the origin of it was they asked me to read a poem at a luncheon, and I said, can I read an old poem? And they said, sure. And then I said, I want to write a new poem. So I started to research. I got this idea in my head of the title, Objects in the Pockets of Women in History, and it was just stuck in my head. And so I started to research historical women that carried things, but then it led to this incredible research on pockets and the history of pockets. So it was kind of a really fun, interesting, informative ride to get to this poem. So it's about women in pockets. Objects in the pockets of women in history. They constricted us in layers and told us to move faster, in bulky petticoats, full skirts that dragged the floor, dirtied daily, and impractical design. We shuffled through kitchens, over cobblestones, overheating, taking up space. It took so long to dress and undress that sometimes we caught fire, brushing against a wood-burning stove. We had no quick way to unhook our skirts, shed our burden of cloth on flammable cloth. But underneath, secret tied-on pockets, sewn by hands in warm night kitchens, substantial and guarded, embroidered satin, sizable enough to smuggle 2 ducks from a farm, undetected, except for the quacking. We kept close what was indispensable: steel thimble, comb, pin cushion, pencil, smelling bottle, nutmeg grater, a silver filigree mirror. Small personal objects that remained private, tucked beneath pillows each night, a tiny act of independence. How many generations of women have asked, what can we keep for ourselves? There is meaning in having something worth guarding. Slimmer dress silhouettes deprived us of carrying what we wanted to. The men designed tiny reticules, decorative purses made of netting and drawstrings that held next to nothing. A folded handkerchief, calling cards. The newer, tight corsets restricted even our ability to hide what we needed. If attacked on a solo evening stroll, all that we had were the ends of our hat pins to push through a vested, soft belly or slide into a wide eye. They preferred us defenseless. The Rational Dress Society of the 1800s championed functional garments for women. The suffragette suit had 6 pockets, new space for coins, almanacs, telescopes, botanical field guides, flasks of gin. In the 20s, Coco Chanel sewed pockets into her stylish jackets. Women were finally aware to wear trousers. We could ride horses and bikes with the full power of our legs. She said, fashion sometimes forgets that human beings live in these clothes. While Dior said, men have pockets to keep things in, women for decoration. Tell that to Helen Keller, whose pocket held a Swiss touch watch, and when she ran her fingers over the raised gold pins on the case, she knew her place in time. And Amelia Earhart's logbook, with every detail of her flights, rode next to her penknife and Italian hand cream in the pockets of her leather bomber jacket, practical items, now artifacts. On her final trip, so concerned with the plane's weight and conserving fuel, she left behind her favorite silver-studded bracelet and her Colt pocket pistol, light items that didn't make a difference in her failed arrival. Still, her survival depended on what she chose to carry. And Marie Curie's lab coat pockets glowed with tubes of polonium and radium. During night research, she said they looked like faint fairy lights. Marie was one of the first European women to wear trousers for mountain climbing, and sometimes she wore her practical navy wedding dress to work, its dark color hiding the chemical splashes. When Marie took off her gloves, she stuck them in her pockets as she lectured, showing off the lesions and purple patches from handling radium and acids. She said they were proof of commitment. Now even her cookbooks are encased in lead, radioactive for 1,500 more years. Her life's work still shines. Can you believe after all of this time, women's jean pockets are still half the size of men's? What are we trusted to carry? Isn't there room for all of us to hold what we want to hold? Haven't we already proven we know what we're doing? Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. And just if anybody has any comments or questions on any of these first few presentations or readings, we will get to all of those after the next two proclamations. So if Shannon, you meet me at the podium, we have a proclamation for Hope Week. Okay, we have 4 Truckee Wolverine high schoolers. All ninth grade, 10th grade. What year are you guys? 10th graders? 9th? I thought so. Okay, a couple freshmen and a sophomore. And we have Shannon as well. So whereas in 2021, suicide was the 11th leading cause of death in the United States, and whereas 48,183 Americans died by suicide, with 1,700,000 suicide attempts nationwide in the same year. And California ranked 45th in the nation in suicide deaths. The rate of suicide in California is 10.2 per 100,000 population, losing 4,148 individuals to this death of despair. And whereas suicide ranked as the 13th leading cause of death in California, the 3rd leading cause of death for Californians ages 10 to 24, and the 2nd leading cause of death for ages 25 to 34. And whereas the citizens of Truckee, Tahoe came together in 2013 to form the Tahoe Truckee Suicide Prevention Coalition. In 2020, Tahoe Forest Hospital began implementing the Zero Suicide Framework to prevent suicide across the healthcare system. In 2020, the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District established Hope Squads, a peer-to-peer suicide prevention program at Alder Creek Middle School, North Tahoe, Truckee High, and North Tahoe High. And whereas the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District's Hope Squad students, who were nominated by their peers as caring and trusted individuals, collectively planned and facilitated activities throughout the week of March 11th to 15th to promote hope throughout their schools and into the community, which included hope and gratitude grams, hallway decorations, mental health presentations, school visits from therapeutic dogs, a mental health literacy display in the library, friendship bracelets, and generating a sense of hopefulness amongst their peers. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that we hereby recognize March 11th through 15th as Hope Week in the town of Truckee. Thank you so much. I'll say a few words. Get on in there, and here's your proclamation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Danny Mason, and thank you for coming to support Hope Week and all it means. Originating from Hope Squad, Hope Week is there to bring joy and help people feel supported no matter what. Truckee High School's Hope Squad is there to advocate mental health awareness in the community and break the stigma that comes with it. We are beyond excited to see the town of Truckee come alongside us and support us as we support our fellow youth.
Hope Week at Truckee High was filled with a close community and connections amongst the peers. The club made sure to make everyone feel welcome by explaining Hope Week and putting together a series of activities to help with the mental health stigma, such as posters around the school and gratitude grams that classmates made for each other. Getting this opportunity to make Hope Week a town-wide celebration is a step forward towards getting suicide and mental health support more accessible.
Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Good job. Did you work with the Oh, of course. Sorry. And we have one more proclamation this evening for the Cultural District and the Nevada County Arts Council. Kelly and Eliza, this one's for you, so come on up. We have Kelly Cutler and Eliza Tudor with Nevada County. Whereas arts are not only an important agent for economic development, but also impact societal issues that include health, corrections, housing, immigration, veterans, transportation, and education. Whereas California employs the highest number of people in creative industries than any other state in the nation, such as architecture, entertainment, fashion, media, and publishing. And whereas Truckee is home to a thriving art and creative ecosystem comprised of talented artists, performers, makers, arts organizations, and events, and in Nevada County, arts and culture are an essential sector of our economy, generating $66 million in economic activity during 2023. And in 2017, through a rigorous application process, Truckee was designated one of 14 official California cultural districts. And in 2019, the town of Truckee adopted a public art master plan. In 2020, the town appointed the first public art commission of Truckee to advise the town of efforts to expand public art. In 2023, Truckee was redesignated as an official California Cultural District, and the Truckee Cultural District hired its first full-time program manager. And whereas Truckee is the only cultural district in the High Sierra region and one of only four rural cultural districts in California. Whereas Truckee Cultural District is a partnership between the town of Truckee, Truckee Chamber of Commerce, Truckee Downtown Merchants Association, Truckee Arts Alliance, and the Nevada County Arts Council. And the arts serve to give voice to our many communities, spark individual creativity, foster empathy and understanding, spur civic engagement, and serve as a continual source of personal enrichment, inspiration, and growth. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that April 2024 is hereby recognized as Art, Culture, and Creativity Month. Thank you so much.
Thanks, David.
Here you go. You have a presentation coming, so hi, nice to see you.
Nice to
Yeah,
see
it's
you
been a
too.
long time. Did you guys want to say anything, or you want to
Yes,
wait for your?
We have a little
Yeah,
presentation.
yep,
We
so
can
we'll
just
do
go
that.
right into it.
Well, we can run right into it. Yeah.
you sure?
Here, I'll announce it.
We'll
really
literally
quick.
do as we're told, David. Okay.
Hang out right there. Don't go anywhere. and then we'll go to questions right after we do this. But our item 5.4 is the Truckee Cultural District and Cultural Plan. So ta-da, here they are, and they have a presentation for us, and maybe Hillary is going to quickly introduce them. Thank you.
Let me just take a moment to introduce our speakers tonight. We have Kelly Cutler, who is the program manager of Truckee Cultural District, as stated in the proclamation, the first ever full-time program manager for the Truckee Cultural District, and Eliza Tudor, executive director of Nevada County Arts Council. So we're happy to have you here tonight.
Thank you, Hillary, and what an honor. Okay, I asked Hillary what would be most engaging for a presentation this evening, and we're known to going to Board of Supervisors and other entities with 60 to 80 slides, and we boiled it down to reporting on some incredible, impactful statistics just revealed through the Arts and Economic Prosperity 6. We're going to be telling you a little bit about the Arts and Culture Master Plan, RFP, which has been released, and also the Spring into Art campaign.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, firstly, just to say thanks for being such a great partner, both for Nevada County Arts Council and in the context of Truckee Cultural District. It keeps us sane. You're the voice of reason. You're great partners. Thank you. So very happy to speak about our year-long study of Nevada County's creative sector, during which, in partnership with Americans for the Arts, we engaged and surveyed 127 arts organizations and creative producers and gathered 1,091 audience surveys from diverse events spanning all 4 seasons. The result of which is a huge 60-page report. And I have a few copies for our council members. And we have some in our office in Lyft for Truckee Cultural District. And I know that Kelly will be very happy to share. It's also on our website at nevadacountyarts.org. We have a whole page dedicated to it. And we also have a one sheet as well as the 60-page document so that you don't have to read the 60-page document. So Arts and Economic Prosperity 6 is a nationwide longitudinal look at how the creative economy drives key business, tourism, and workforce factors at the local, statewide, and national level. The groundbreaking AEP 6 study, which marks the most extensive data collection effort in the 30-year history of the study nationally, has broken new ground by prioritizing equity, social impact, community engagement, and inclusivity. Our participation was timely since, together with our California Cultural District partners East and West, we will be developing the county's first ever comprehensive arts and culture master plan, and so look forward to an informed conversation on the future of arts and creativity throughout our region. And of course, Kelly will speak to this in a little moment. And if we could just move to the next slide, that would be super. So participating in this national study were close to 400 other communities of all shapes and sizes across the US. And you can see that we are on the map. I'm going to run up and point to us. Right there. So we're the most northerly community to have participated in California, which really says something. Usually rural communities don't engage in this level of research. So we're breaking ground all the time, Truckee. Our closest neighbor, Placer, and I will speak gently and with great reverence for our friends in Placer County. Our closest neighbor, Placer, with almost 4 times the population, reported economic impacts in the arts, not much more than half of our own in Nevada County. That's pretty cool, hey? So if we could just go to the next slide. So we invited Randy Cohen, Vice President of Research and Policy at Americans for the Arts, to help us deliver the findings as one of the nation's foremost experts on the economics of the creative industries and communities across the county. And then if we go to the next slide, you can see Kimberly Parker, who we all know as fulfilling the economic development function for the county. She was on our panel of community leaders. And then if we go to the next slide. So here it is. So in Nevada County, the sector generated $66 million in economic activity during 2022-23. $31.9 million in spending by arts and culture organizations, and an additional $34.1 million in event-related expenditures by their audiences. That economic activity supported 1,359 jobs, provided $3.4 million in personal income to residents, and generated $13.2 million in tax revenue to local, state, and federal governments. Interestingly, we all know that cultural tourism, many people come to our beautiful, Truckee Cultural District to experience the arts as well as recreation here. And what this report tells us is that when they do come, they generally stay longer than the average visitor. In other words, cultural tourists stay longer and they spend more. The 34% of non-local visitors that we enjoy here is above the national average. That was a fun fact. And Kelly, I'm going to turn over to you now. If we could go to the next slide. Oh no, I'm on the next slide too. Okay, so we're going to talk about advocacy. So at different times of year, you'll see us engage with legislators on very particular themes, particularly in April, which of course you've just proclaimed as Truckee Cultural District Arts, Culture and Creativity Month, in line with California's own proclamation, and indeed the Board of Supervisors' own proclamation as April as Nevada County Arts, Culture and Creativity Month. So April is an incredibly important time for many reasons, particularly because of the state budget. It's a month before the May revision, and so we're on the lookout for what's in the budget and what isn't, what should be, what needs to be kept in there. And we're busy making friends with legislators during this time on behalf of our local communities close to home. Kelly.
Okay, as I hope all of you know, Truckee is a designated cultural district. For the first time, Governor Newsom's 2022-23 state budget proposal included $30 million in one-time funding to support and expand the California Cultural Districts program. It's an extremely competitive program over a 3-year period. It's actually a 5-year designation with 3 years of funding. The budget review process ends in mid-June, and anything can happen. That's why it's important for us to be in Sacramento advocating for funding for the arts. We want this money to survive what is known as the May revision, and for our local California cultural districts to benefit from state funding for the first time since their inauguration in 2017. In that first designation, the Truckee Cultural District was given a budget of $5,000, and that was really just enough to establish logo branding, hire a very part-time administrative person, and so the recent designation is enough to hire full-time staff. As Eliza mentioned, California has only 14 designated districts. Nevada County is the only rural county in California to be home to 2 of them. I think that there's a marketing campaign around this. 1 county, 2 cultural districts. As they say in the free ride community, we're kind of a big deal here in Nevada County. We've got a lot of stoke here. Those are our neighboring cultural district is the Grass Valley Nevada City Cultural District, and I have the honor of working with my counterpart, Heather Heckler, who was hired just a few months after me to run the GVNC. We all know that we have world-class recreation assets here in this beautiful place that we call home. What I've heard from artists in my the work that I'm doing daily with our creative community is that we would love for Truckee to be a cultural arts destination alongside the world-class recreation destination. We're well known for our forests, our waterways, spectacular mountain views, which attract visitors and residents alike. These assets offer a diverse and readily accessible outdoor recreation and open space opportunities for which Truckee is famous. It also inspires our artists, their artistic and cultural creation. California cultural districts are established around the central tenet of creative placemaking, which requires intersectorial partnerships between local government, including special districts, and we really do thrive as a cultural district with our partnership with the town of Truckee, the Truckee Chamber of Commerce, the TDMA, the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association, and the Truckee Arts Alliance. Our cultural district partners also include the Nevada County Arts Council. State designation matters for funding purposes. Imagine our arts nonprofits that are seeking grants outside of the region. Saying that they're from a Truckee cultural district really gives them power in catalyzing more funds for their mission. It offers visibility, acknowledging the vibrant arts and cultural scene in Nevada County. It's a framework for promotion and a place of belonging for all. This is our view as a cultural district. So what comes next? The Truckee Cultural District priority goals, as stated in the grant, include an arts and culture master plan, developing a marketing outreach strategy and collateral, and also successful organizational communication structure. Those really are things that are priority goals for me as program manager of the Truckee Cultural District in the coming year. Before talking about the Arts and Culture Master Plan, I wanted to mention the Public Art Master Plan we all know was adopted in 2019. It was the result of a collaborative effort by the town of Truckee, Truckee Arts Alliance, the Cultural District, Nevada County Arts Council, Truckee Public Arts Commission, Arts for the Schools, Arts Truckee, and various members of the public. It embodies the hard work, creativity, and passion of those involved and demonstrates the value of public art as a community amenity. Great work, town of Truckee, with the adoption of the Public Art Master Plan. So what is cultural planning? Cultural planning is part of the solution for increased economic competitiveness, equity, sustainability, authenticity, and happiness. Cultural planning is equally effective in rural communities, offering a means to differentiate a locale and help secure a sustainable local economy. We spent about 2 months drafting the RFP, and it's meant to align with a vision that the lives of all Nevada County residents are enriched through a diverse spectrum of artists and culture bearers and arts and culture experiences, and that the arts can be a key factor in addressing our community's challenges. We are waiting for proposals to come in. Important dates. This actually sits on the Nevada County website, nevadacountyarts.org. There's a link to get involved, and you can find the RFP. It was advertised on February 27th. We're entertaining questions and releasing an FAQ. Submission deadline is April 5th, and the contract is going to be awarded on the 30th. We expect that this process will take between 6 and 12 months. There's going to be a very heavy community engagement component to it. I'll read, the vision is pretty long, but I'll read a few key pillars within expectations of the Arts and Culture Master Plan, and that is to be responsive to widespread input from Nevada County residents and stakeholders, align with existing municipal and county plans, and planning processes, identify avenues of funding and opportunities for partnership to stabilize the arts and culture sector, identify career pathways and workforce development opportunities in the arts and culture sector, and recognize the importance of arts advocacy and inspire cultural leaders, creatives, volunteers, and audiences to flex their individual and collective power to protect and advance the arts. That leads us into Spring into Art, which is a month-long campaign kicking off tonight with the proclamation of April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. It is a calendar that is with over 20 events that our community can participate in, engage in, and this campaign was developed with mini campaigns that really highlight the creative strengths of our literary artists, our performing artists, our historical assets, our connection to Earth Day, and really our unique sense of place. The URL for this campaign is live. We are sending it out through Visit Tahoe Truckee this week. It was sent off to the chamber. We're populating these events, which are on the page, into the Truckee.com Nevada County Arts Council events calendar. You will see it in your social channels. And we're bookending the campaign with marquee events such as First Friday Art Event at Art Truckee and ending with our Truckee Follies. We also have a few exciting things sprinkled in with the campaign, including the launch of our first ever Truckee Cultural District mini grants program, where we'll be giving grants of up to $1,000 for artists and $5,000 for arts organizations or artist collaboratives for special events within the Truckee Cultural District. And we also are hoping to have a relaunch of our updated cultural asset map, which is going to be a wayfinding app navigating our amazing cultural assets in Nevada County. You've seen it already. It's getting a refresh, similar to your brand. Your logo, congratulations with your Town of Truckee logo. It looks great. Last two slides, I'm just going to hand off to Eliza to talk about the importance of Arts Advocacy Day in Sacramento.
Arts Advocacy Day happens on, I think it's the 17th, isn't it, Kelly, of April. And it begins with a rally, a public rally, lots of press, lots of media. This is a picture of us with Megan and Brian Darley in Sacramento with a bunch of folks from District 1 Assembly and Senate districts. The picture on the right, there you can see Kelly standing next to me and Congressman Riley, and our Kelly? Kylie. Sorry. It's a sort of spoonerism, isn't it? Anyway.
Congressman Kylie.
Yes, Congressman Kylie. In the Rood Center in our government buildings, and showing him some wonderful examples of local art. So it is a really, really important day. And our legislators remember us from year to year, and we're often the ones leading the conversation. So this is very important. And what we try to focus in on is not politics, but common values to us all. Values common to us all, and it really is very helpful in reminding legislators of the value of arts. The big theme this year is artwork is real work, and you're probably aware that Nevada County Arts Council is re-granting $3.5 million of state funding at the moment across 19 counties. Nevada County itself is the beneficiary of over $400,000 of that money. Which puts artists to work creating awareness for issues critical to society, issues such as public health awareness, emergency preparedness and disaster response, environmental issues, and civic engagement. This is a very important election year for us. How can we help communities draw closer to the work of government and in support of the work of government? So a very important year all round.
I think we're ready to open it up to questions.
Awesome. Thank you. We're going to do the town manager report, and then we'll, if we have any questions for you, we will come on back to you. Thank you, Eliza and Kelly, very much for an excellent presentation, and thank you for receiving the proclamation for California Arts and Creativity Month.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will hand it over to Jen, and then we will open public comment after any council questions.
Great, thank you. You're going to hear a number of employment or engagement opportunities later this evening with our River Committee update. So I just want to highlight that we do have a 2-week-ish window of opportunities for the community to come and engage on the river work that we're doing, and would love to have people participate in that. So some dates are still to be determined. April 27th is a committed date that we'll be meeting at the East River Street trailhead for a conversation about the river corridor. So just wanted to highlight that for the first time tonight. And that's all I have as a report.
That's it? Wow, that was easy. Any comments from council members on any of the proclamations or presentations this evening? Councilmember Romack.
Just quick, Shannon, thank you to you and your students for what you're doing. That's incredible work. And gratitude grams, I like that idea. So pass on congrats, I'm sure, from all of us, and thanks. And then the poet laureate left, but I mean, I think about my pockets all the time in these pants where my pockets are like this big and I can't carry anything. So I just thought that was such an appropriate poem for many of us women in the audience. And then just thank you to Eliza and Kelly for all the work you're doing. Very exciting. Excited to see this master plan come to fruition. That's it.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Klostad.
And I echo all of that, and I'm just hoping that somebody could get a copy of that poem to us from the poet laureate. I have several women in my life I'd like to share that with. Actually, men too.
And Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Yes, I do echo as well, Councilmember Romack. Thank you.
Great. And we will open any of the presentations up to public comment. Any member of the public, if you have a comment on anything this evening, come on up. Seeing none, we will close public comment and just thank everybody for being here for the proclamations and the presentation and everything. It was really an enlightening and very thematic evening. So thank you for that. With that, we will move on to our consent calendar. We have 6 items on consent this evening. Item 6.1, minutes of our March 12th regular meeting, of which Councilmember Klostad and I were absent, so we can't take, we can still take action on that. We will. Never mind. 6.2, approval of the side letter with Management Employees Group for collection of group dues. 6.3, acceptance of the quarterly financial report for the quarter ended December 31st. 6.4, approval of contract with Civic Well for Civic Spark Fellows for 24-25 service year. 6.5, Truckee Library Phase 1 Design Development Cost Sharing Agreement. And 6.6, support for Assembly Bill 2234, electric bicycle safety training. Would any member of council like to pull anything from consent?
In light of the public comments, I'd like to pull 6.6.
Great. Thank you very much. Anything else? Good on the rest. Any member of staff like to pull anything other than 6.6 from consent?
No, Mayor.
Any member of the public like to pull anything other than 6.6 from consent? Great. Seeing none, Vice Mayor Zabriskie, can I have a motion to approve our consent calendar minus 6.6?
I move that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of 6.6.
And I'll second with a shout out to our library progress and Civic Spark.
Yes. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none. We will bring it back to 6.6. Any council member questions to staff, and we will also allow for public. Oh, I never opened public comment on the consent calendar, did I? Sorry. Opening consent, closing it. Sorry. 6.6, Vice Mayor Zabriskie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question for staff, and it goes back to a couple of the public comments we got about the portion of the legislation that prohibits people under the age of 12 from riding e-bikes, and if staff has any thoughts on that. At this stage, I've only gotten as far as wondering whether Truckee is distinct from the rest of the state on this matter. And so I'm hoping to get thoughts from staff and the other council members.
I can speak to sort of what council's options are with taking a position on this bill, and if any staff, other staff would like to weigh in on thoughts on the age limit. Staff's recommendation is to support the bill as written. Although we could choose not to take a position on the bill, we could support if amended, asking that the age limit be changed or removed from the bill. So those are some of the options available.
Okay. Does the police department have any thoughts on this? On the possibility of supporting the bill with the exception of the age limit for kids under 12?
We don't have a stance either way and understand both sides of the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think what we'll do, short of any questions, we'll just open public comment on this item and then we'll bring it back for deliberation. Oh, you have a question? I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Should this bill pass, whether we support it or not, do we, as a municipality, have the option to write our own ordinance to manage this and change the age limit? Is that an option?
So it depends. So as you may remember, we're a charter city, which means that we are, to some extent, allowed to deviate from state law. However, what the legislature can do is they can declare a particular topic a matter of statewide concern rather than a local affair, and that allows them to override our charter city authority. So if the bill were to pass, and I haven't looked at the text, we'll have to see whether the legislature declares that it's a matter of statewide concern, thus taking away our ability to deviate from it. If we can't deviate from state law, we could certainly adopt an ordinance that explains how we're going to implement it, but we would not be able to change the age limit.
Thank you. Any other council member questions?
I was just curious if the police department has any thoughts on the enforcement of such a bill. Like, it seems like this might be a challenge, and just curious if you had any thoughts.
Like anything newly rolled out, it would take a lot of education on the front end before it turned into any kind of maximum enforcement scenario. So I think it would, again, just take a lot of public outreach, work with our schools, our SRO to try to get our 12-year-olds and under up to speed on this law if it lands that way. But enforcement would be very difficult given our extensive trail systems and all the places that kids love to ride these e-bikes. But it would certainly be a challenge.
Thank you for that. Should be noted, we did receive 3 public comments, 2 from folks who'd be directly affected by this, and Mr. Godon as well. So thank you for the public comment. With that, we'll open public comment on this item. If anybody would like to say anything, come on up.
I'm Rolf Godon, avid e-biker, and have been a proponent of this kind of a educational endeavor that the state law seems to be heading towards. And I got to agree with the under 12 aspect of that not making a lot of sense. It would, and I'm wondering if the town in underwriting perhaps or acknowledging or this law to the legislators, if Truckee could put in their version of that aspect. Seems to me anybody who's using an e-bike on public streets, regardless of their age, should be subject to the other aspects of the law, the educational aspects and so forth. And so putting an age limit on it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That there's kids in junior high or intermediate school here Their sixth graders are frequently under the age of 12, and many of those kids are riding those bikes. So I'd like to see if Truckee as a town could do somewhat of an amendment there that maybe is sent to our state legislators before they pass that to try to lobby for some modification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gadon. Any other public comments? Seeing none, closing public comment and bringing it back to council. So I think, like kind of what Hillary said, we basically have three options. We can submit the letter as written. We could submit the letter striking. I think we should go around, but I'm definitely not in support of the under 12 piece of it. I think that is a bit excessive. But as far as the education goes, I'm fine with that. So we could basically submit the letter saying as amended and strike that part if that's something we agree to, or we could simply choose to just pull this whole thing and not submit anything and see how the bill does as it moves through. So I would say as we go through your comments, and we'll start with Vice Mayor Zabriskie, maybe choose one of the three options as we go through this and let us know what you think, and we'll get through 6.6. Go ahead.
I basically agree with what you just said in terms of what our options could be, and I don't have strong feelings between simply not expressing a position and expressing a position that supports education and licensing requirements, but not an age limit, in part because the licensing requirement testing on knowledge of what's required and particularly in regards to safety, it's almost a selection process with the idea of aspirationally, I guess. If a kid is mature enough to pass the test, regardless of their age, then they get the license, they can ride the e-bike. So I'd like to see a test that in a way is selecting kids older than 12. It allows the 10-year-olds who study hard to pass the test and not have to wait 2 years.
I wonder if that's an equitable solution, just as a option. But
well, it's a good point.
We hear you, Councilmember Klofstad. How would you like to proceed here?
I think that education, testing, and licensing component is critical. We really need this. It's a bit overdue. I hesitate about the 12-year-old. I mean, I didn't leave my kids alone or let them ride their bikes until they were, alone until they were 12. But other parents could have different approaches. I would be comfortable asking that the age limit be stricken from our support letter or called out as part of our concern about support, but I think the rest of it is really critical.
I support that. I think this is a good idea. We've heard from the community interested in, more education and outreach. So I think this is good. I did want to highlight my three thoughts when reading through the bill were related to age, enforcement, and equity. So I do appreciate that in the letter it does call out ensuring that there's equity in this. So I want to make sure we keep that in, but otherwise I'd be supportive of striking the age, but still supporting the education and licensing.
Yeah, I'm not going to support. I support the education wholeheartedly. I think we've also taken some pretty significant steps locally to keep doing that. I don't support the licensing, nor do I support the age limit. I primarily don't support the licensing. I think we can say it's equitable, but I just don't know how that really happens. And to me, that's another whole layer of administration and fees and testing and all sorts of other things that, I just don't find necessary. I think training and I think education is sort of the way to go here. And so that's just me. So personally, I would just strike the whole letter and not take a position at this time. It sounds like if you have three in favor of supporting the letter, with a strike simply of the age limit, then I'll entertain a motion for that.
Okay, let me see what happens. I move that we adopt staff's recommendation with one change, and that is striking support for an age limitation.
Just to clarify, I think what I heard is take a support if amended position, specifically asking for a change to the age.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's the motion. Yeah.
And there was a second, and we'll do a roll call. Sarah.
Pop quiz. Vice Mayor Zabriskie,
Yes.
Mayor Pallavi,
No.
Councilmember Tugstad,
Yes.
and Councilmember Romack.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Motion passes, and Hillary has her direction. So thank you very much. Glad we got through that. With that, we will move on to our first discussion item of the evening, item 7.1, the River Revitalization Steering Committee update and contract amendment with East River PR. Jen or Hillary and Joan.
Yes, thank you. We're going to tag team this one. So I'm going to start out and then pass over to Chair Jones. And then she's going to hand off to Hillary to wrap it up for us. So we have been meeting with the steering committee that we call R2SC, River Revitalization Steering Committee, for about 8 meetings now, and felt like it was time to come back to council and give you a more comprehensive update on the work that's been done. You know, Vice Mayor Zabriskie and Councilmember Romack are on the committee, and they give you brief updates during council reports. But we wanted to give you a more comprehensive look and make sure that we are still on track with your expectations, especially as we go into the community engagement window. So I'm going to just give you a little bit of a brief reminder of why we're here and what we were established to do. The river has been a focus area for the town for many years. It was in the 2025 general plan, the first general plan for the town, and the downtown river revitalization strategy that was adopted in 2005. So this has been a focus area for the town and something the town has tried to move forward for quite some time. And where we're going is we have a lot of momentum happening in the downtown core. As part of the general plan update process last May, there was a lot of conversation about the river corridor and how we were going to work towards revitalizing that area. And one of the commitments we made in the general plan was to relook at that and revisit that conversation. With the momentum happening downtown with the West River Park project, the West River Streetscape project, Reimagine Bridge Street, which will be the improved pedestrian and crossing at the railroad tracks in the upcoming years, the Legacy Trail 4A and 4B. There's $35 to $40 million of investment going into that area. So it feels like the right time to have this conversation and really re-envision what the corridor could look like, given that amount of investment and momentum that's happening. And then this is a really quick reminder. I'm not going to go through all of these. There's 2 slides, but the general plan update has really been peppered with various policies and goals throughout many of the elements that relate to river corridor revitalization, from land use to some of our other planning efforts and development standards. So not only is this in alignment with some of the momentum happening down there, but we feel it's in alignment with the general plan 2040 update that was completed last May. And then this is last year's budget, so you will see a different budget coming forward at our next workshop, which is the second meeting in April, will be the first budget workshop. But wanted to highlight that we did plan for this effort. We included budget thinking through some of the needs of this committee, from consultant support. At the time, we thought we might need to acquire some land if there was some interest in receiver sites. That's unfunded, but we were considering that as part of the budget and just wanted to keep that in front of mind going forward. So in order to convene this conversation, it's another very big community conversation. Council authorized us to establish the River Revitalization Steering Committee. That happened in May of 2023. And we went ahead and did that. We have a pretty large committee of about 18 community members representing various interests in the community. And we're going to speak to that a little bit more. But the purpose was to really look at revitalization efforts along the whole river corridors. That's West River and East River Street. We were focused on industrial uses along the river, but then really coming up with a vision for the whole corridor and what that looks like. And I think Chair Jones will speak to this, but I want to highlight it, so I think we'll mention it a few times during this presentation, that when we initially started this conversation last May at the council level, we were focused on relocation, specific to industrial uses. And the committee, one of the very first things the committee did in conversation was recommend a shift to revitalization, wanting to make sure that we were keeping in mind that not all property owners may want to relocate. It may not make sense for them to. It may not work for them to relocate. There may not be receiver sites. So everything from the RFP that we issued for consulting support to the conversations we've had since those very first meetings has been focused on revitalization efforts. So property owners that have an interest in relocating, for whatever that may be, business reasons, different space needs, we want to support them in that conversation and in that effort. But for property owners that do not want to relocate, if there's revitalization programs we can put in place to maybe help with facade improvements, better stormwater management, other things like that, we are engaged in that conversation as well. So again, we'll underscore that for a few times throughout the conversation because it's been a shift, and we want to make sure that council is in alignment with that. So with that, I will turn it over to Chair Jones to give a little update on the work that we've done.
Good evening, and thank you. So the committee was formed, and there's a list of the 18 members of the committee. We have 2 openings still of residents representatives, which was a change partway through the early meetings. It was apparent by a really great showing of local community members that we had a voice missing off the committee, and wanted to, even though the purpose of the committee is not to impact the resident population, we did realize that there may be unintended consequences and definitely an impact to their lives. So the committee group recommended the addition of 2 residents added to the committee. So I won't read through all the names, but it's represented by property owners, business owners, the chamber, TDMA, 2 community members, and the 3 public agencies, as well as MAP, the Truckee River Legacy Foundation, and I represent the Contractors Association, as well as our esteemed council members. This is a bit of a little progress report. We had our first meeting in July, and it was a really wonderful meeting to just discuss what we all love about the river. And there's a future slide that I'll go through in a minute. But we did make an intentional shift from relocation to revitalization. That was a predominant theme with the entire committee. We organized 3 project site tours to walk both West River Street and East River Street. And then we established 3 subcommittees. And this happened at the first meeting. We got right to work. There was an RFP selection committee formed, a business property subcommittee, and an outreach communication subcommittee. The RFP committee has completed their work with the selection of the consultant. The business property owner committee is still ongoing, trying to map and determine all of the businesses and property owners along the entire corridor. A much bigger project than you would imagine. And then the outreach and communication subcommittee is recently formed. We hired Design Workshop as a consultant team along with their sub-consultants, the Sierra Business Council and Bay Area Economics, and also, who's our hydrology?
Balanced hydrology.
Balanced Hydraulics. Thank you. And lastly, we have reviewed and refined our goals and vision, and we've spent quite a bit of time really talking about the vision of what the river means to us, what we see as the benefits, the beauty currently, or the things we like about it, and the things that may need some modifications. And we developed a project website. We've had 3 members of the R2SC do interviews, filmed interviews that will be up in social media. We had 1 community spotlight on KTKE, and have put out many public notices. Requested additional representation on the committee through door-to-door notice distribution. We looked for a youth seat, a Donner Creek Mobile Home Park resident, and a Washoe tribe, and then decided that we needed the resident representation, and that could take the place of the mobile home park individual. We also instituted 2 recruitment for the 2 action teams, the technical committee, which 2 technical committees, River Health and Access, Community Vitality, and Community Vitality. That's the current, we're looking for the 2 members, or I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. We are looking for members to join both those action committees to add some public input into those processes. And we've drafted a baseline study for riparian ecosystem, which will be presented at our April 2nd meeting. Here's a timeline of work we've started and also what's coming in the future. It's pretty busy calendar. The design team is along the top. They've started inventory and analysis. They'll be going into economic analysis, and then they'll be doing receiver site analysis. The steering committee's work is in the center. We've worked on our themes and drafted goals and working on our goals and vision. We'll be doing a draft ecological baseline review. We'll confirm some opportunity areas, work on river health and access with a draft, then the economic analysis, a draft revitalization study. That will come back and ask for community input and review. A revised plan with draft actions and incentives, again, come back for community input and review, and then come back to you for a final action plan. You can see the blue dots represent periods of broader public engagement and events. We have one in April, we have one in August, and we'll have one in October. This is an interesting slide in that there's a lot of information here, but basically we went through some of the goals and themes and looked at the 2005 Downtown River Revitalization Strategy, the Truckee 2040 General Plan, and the Downtown Plan, and found tremendous alignment between all of those documents that have had a lot of public input throughout the years. In the following areas: river health and access, community vitality, and what we call the vibe, or what's going to happen to the future. So we were pleased to see such alignment. I love this part. So this was a task put out to the entire committee of what things do you love about the Truckee River? And kind of to no surprise, it's the beauty and the views, nature and a healthy river, access to the river, housing and funkiness and recreation, as well as the river as a connector and town and legacy trail, spending time with family and friends along the river, bike lanes, and revitalized areas with sidewalks and outdoor spaces, the new work that's happened. We were also asked what things we could see revitalized or improved. Equipment storage, buildings in disrepair or unattractive, industrial uses, trailhead parking areas, power lines. Road alignment came up, storage buildings and storage yards, environmental degradation, opportunity sites, a lack of sidewalks, and the propane storage. And the bottom picture is one of our walks that we took, and it was, you realize how narrow that road really is and how close you are to traffic as you walk along it. The end of that project, it asked the entire committee to write a postcard to a friend after the revitalization work has occurred. And these are some of the comments that came out. That there was cute housing, there's small restaurants, coffee shops, and shops. You can hear the river. You can walk the entire length. There's great river access points. There's a new riverfront park. There are amazing views, birding and fishing. It's not too crowded. Vibrant blend of nature and urban charm, and camp right on the river close to town. So those are how some of the committee members see the future. These are the themes that we've kind of boiled down to. River health and access, community vitality, beauty and views. And all of those have, the words underneath represent how people saw those activities. Fishing, native species, cottonwood galleries, repair and restoration. I won't read them all, but you can see that's, and the teardrop at the bottom is a word, I don't know what you call those, anagram of all the things that, how people felt about the river. So place, water, connection, community, and heart were mentioned many, many times. These are some of the interconnected themes that we found, and that we took those same ideas and really have now come up with this restore, revise, reimagine as the real basis for the goal setting. So restore a thriving ecosystem, repair and restoration, recreation, access, native species and fishing. That's the restore portion. Revive is kind of the current community vitality, housing, safe crossings, community events, walkable mixed uses, signage and wayfinding. And then the reimagine, the vibe is kind of the future, history and character, neighborhood stories, screening, scale of uses, streetscapes, viewing experiences, and it's scenic. So that's gives you an idea where the mindset is heading. Our near-term action teams, the River Health and Access Action Team will form to review and provide first-round comments on river health and recreation access. It'll meet 4 or 5 times a year. We'll also probably work on receiver sites and design studies input. We're looking for 5 to 7 members for our committee, 2 to 4 steering committee members, and 3 to 4 community members. That's open application. Our Community Vitality Action Team will also meet 5 to 6 times a year, and this is more of the business. So work with financial stakeholders and potential candidates, confirm and reach out to potential representatives for financial interviews, discuss barriers to revitalization, provide the consultant team with generalized input in local markets studies, provide input and review financial models, discuss ways to address the barriers to revitalization, and provide input on incentives and actions related to community vitality. So more of a business focus. This gives you a little bit of an idea on our on those committees and how they will work. I don't know that we need to go into it. It's the steering committee's work is along the bottom, and it's pretty much the same as what we had on the other slide. Jen, were you going to take it from here?
Yes, Hillary's going to take it from
here.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
Sure. I just wanted to touch on a couple upcoming opportunities and things in the short term. First, to get back to the action teams that Joan mentioned, the deadline to apply to be part of those is this Friday, the 29th, and to apply for either the Community Economic Vitality Action Team or the River Health and Access Team, just send me an email. There's information on the town website on how to do that, and describe your interest in joining that team and any relevant experience. So we're very excited to get that work started. We also are planning for an upcoming, what we're calling an engagement window. So we will have several different activities and opportunities for community participation, provide feedback on this process. That will be approximately April 15th through early May. We're still working on all of the exact dates for that, so stay tuned. We'll be pushing information out soon on that. And the purpose of that is really to revisit those goals and themes. We did not start from scratch on developing goals and themes. That we really started by looking back at those past planning processes, reviewing those, making sure that that still sort of aligned with what was relevant today. And we'll be sharing out some of the work that the R2SC has done and asking for community input to help refine those goals and themes as we move forward into the planning process. As part of that, we will have a series of different events. We'll have probably 2 coffee talks, 1 taco talk, so 2 morning, 1 afternoons, or more casual drop-in conversation events. We're planning an in-person workshop at the trailhead on East River Street from 11 to 1 on April 27th. And then we'll plan a second in-person workshop in Spanish. We are still working on the date for that, probably late April or the first week in May. And then we will have an online platform that we'll be pushing out through all of our workshops, coffee talks, and through other channels that will be interactive and ask members of the public to comment on the themes and sort of place comments on the map and then respond to each other's comments. So that'll be a key piece of our engagement activities throughout that 2-week period. We'll also be making announcements and providing brief presentations at a number of different existing public meetings, like Good Morning Truckee, the Downtown Merchants Association board meeting, Rotary, etc. during that time.
Maybe before you jump into
go ahead,
the
John.
contract amendment, I just want to make a few other comments about we've had really great community input. We've had a very nice showing at all of our meetings, and we have a very diverse, hardworking committee. And the subcommittees, the RFP committee and the Business Inventory Committee have done a lot of work on the site. So I really want to commend the committee and the subcommittees and all their hard work, and really appreciate the public showing up at our meetings.
Yeah, and just adding on to that, our meetings are the first Tuesday of every month in this room from 5:15 to 7:15. So we have our next meeting next Tuesday. We'll be presenting a draft of the ecological baseline study, as well as talking about next steps and our engagement window during that meeting. So the last piece of this agenda item is we do have a contract amendment for East River PR, who is supporting this project with our communications and outreach aspects. The request is to add an additional $50,000 of funding to support that. The work that they have been doing and will be continuing to do to support this project includes communication support from their staff. They have done some canvassing work for us, going door to door with door hangers to help with recruitment for the 2 new R2SC seats, and they will be doing additional canvassing specifically to help with our business inventory, going door to door to all of the businesses along the corridor, gathering contact information and making sure that we have that to help with outreach and engaging all businesses along the corridor. And they will also be helping with outreach and advertising to drive community participation in the engagement window activities that we have coming up. So that is to support work through September of next year, or of this year, rather. So with that, staff's recommendations are to receive the update tonight, as well as to authorize the town manager to execute a contract amendment with East River PR to increase the contract amount by $50,000 to a total of $90,000 to support project communications, outreach, and outreach collateral.
Great, thank you, Hillary. And I'm just going to add on really quickly. I'd like to remind anybody that's watching that we do have a lot of information on the webpage that you can find. Our agendas are posted, information on, that didn't work so well, under hot topics. We try to make it really easy, but under hot topics, if you just go to working towards river revitalization, you can find our interview recordings as well as the agenda and minutes, and you can sign up for Notify Me. Our meetings are now being recorded, so you can watch them on Zoom or watch a recording after. You can't interact and participate, but if you're interested in hearing the conversation. So just wanted to highlight that for the community, and then also thank Chair Jones. She volunteered to chair this committee and has been putting in a lot of extra time. We offer the opportunity for the chair or another committee member to engage with us with every consultant conversation we have, so that we have the variety of lenses in those discussions. So it actually does turn out to be quite a bit of time during the day that the committee members are supporting this effort.
Good. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'll just echo that from up here. Thank you for your time, your efforts, and taking part in this and sharing this, and commending all of your other fellow volunteers. It truly is a volunteer position, and you know that well, and we appreciate everything that you contribute to that.
It's
so
an
thank
honor.
you, Joan.
Thank you.
With that, we'll bring it back to council for questions, and then we will move to public comment. You guys are on the committee. I don't know how many questions you have.
No questions. I know this very well.
And is that okay with you too? Or you have questions? Councilmember Klosted. My only two questions. So one is simply on the business inventory part of this. I think that's a great idea. As a business owner, the police department also just recently went around giving out sort of business information to fulfill their database, just so they also have it. So theirs is voluntary, and we probably won't see them again. So I don't know how much follow-up they're going to get, but maybe this is an opportunity throughout this engagement process that you could have an extra checkbox to say, like, do you permit us to share this information with the police department for our contact information database? I think that would be a great step if you guys could do that.
It's a great suggestion. We can add that.
That would be awesome. Thank you. And then I just have sort of a sort of maybe longer term personnel. I have two more questions. One is a longer term personnel question. So it looks like you're looking at wrapping up this planning phase of the project somewhat within the calendar year, at least within the next 12 months or so. Yeah, kind of calendar year. Seeing as that is going to be the case, do we anticipate, to actually implement this, we're going to need people and resources and energy. And so do we anticipate seeing personnel updates coming either in the next budget process or at least in the 2-year cycle? I mean, to me, this screams like economic development director, of course. So I'll just hammer that one home, and just wondering what staff's prediction is for sort of how this gets carried out as it moves through the planning phase.
It's a really good question. A lot of that's going to depend on what the final action plan requires and what's approved for that. In terms of economic development to support these efforts and then other efforts on behalf of the town, that's a piece of what the operational assessment will look at and help us determine what the right capacity is from a staff standpoint. And this will be part of those conversations. So I wouldn't expect to see a staffing request in the upcoming budget, but perhaps a mid-year request at the end of this process to support that is a possibility.
Great, thank you. And then the marketing, the actual contract of this was well detailed. Thank you. I'm wondering if this is sort of looking to be a new template for how we do outreach on public processes. This was the first time I think any of us have ever seen such a robust marketing contract for any process we've done, and we just finished quite a few large ones. So I'm just wondering if this is now going to be like a line item in all of our planning projects, or sort of where we go from here in terms of the effort that is seeming to be going into the marketing piece of the next 6 months.
Yeah, I think we're really trying to take some of the feedback we heard from the general plan process, the West River Park process, some of the bigger projects that we've worked on in the past couple of years, and receive that and try to bolster our efforts at getting the word out in support of. It's a council priority to increase communication and making sure people are aware that this conversation is happening so they have an opportunity to participate. This support level really came out of the fact that we had so many other projects pulling staff time in terms of the new website, our rebranding, refresh efforts. We didn't have enough internal capacity to support the level of communication that we felt we needed for this size of a project, and a project of this significance for many of the community members. I do think that there are probably takeaways from this that we will learn of what was successful and what we want to carry forward in other large engagements that we'll be working on. I also think the model of how this committee has been operating, there'll be some good takeaways from this. This is, I think, the first time we've ever invited committee in to help write the RFP, review it, sit on the selection panel, and really be engaged from the very beginning. So I think we'll have some good takeaways from this holistically going forward.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other council questions at this time. No, we're good. Good over here. We'll open it up for public comment. Any member of the public, come on up. You have 3 minutes. State your name. Anyone? Closing public comment. Okay, closing public comment. Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to council for any deliberation. Maybe we'll start with our non-member first. Councilmember Klostad, anything you'd like to add?
No, I want to echo my gratitude for Chair Jones and everybody else on the committee. I recognize the amount of work this is. I get updates all the time from various committee members and really appreciate the investment. I mean, it's not just serving on a committee. All of you are really investing your knowledge and passion and commitment to this community on this. And I'm in full support of extending the increase in the contract amount for East River Public Relations. And I would love to see this done by December if you guys really think you can do it. That timeline is obviously aggressive, yeah. But very exciting because, like you said, we have momentum right now, and we are investing heavily in this corridor. And if we can get this launched and start any of these potential transitions, I'm in full support.
Councilmember Roma.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jones, and I echo what my fellow council members have said. I know it's probably been more work and effort than you originally thought, but we really appreciate you do a great job running the meetings as well, which is fantastic. And then just Councilmember Clove said what you said too, of all of the committee members, everyone's invested, everyone is showing up, everyone is participating, and there are diverse perspectives being shared. And to Chair Jones' point, this, originally, I think we came into this thinking more relocation, and it really has switched to it's revitalization, and there will be some relocation, but it's revitalization is the goal of this. And I think that was really shaped by the committee. So again, I think that was fantastic. As to the increase for East River PR, one of our council goals is to enhance communication and public outreach. So yes, this is a little bit different and we're doing a lot more, but this is really exciting that we're able to learn better ways to reach our community and reach different community members that may not have been involved in the process before. So I'm excited that we can learn from this of what to continue to do. And to your point, Mayor, I think we should be looking at future projects and what do we need for the outreach budget to ensure that we are doing what we can to get folks involved in the, in the process. So really excited for this and appreciate the presentation to council.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
I want to start off by saying I am proud of the staff and the committee for the work they've done and the challenges we've already faced. It's a diverse committee, has a lot of strong personalities on it with convergent but also divergent views. So we have made an effort to develop trust and rapport. That's ongoing. It's progressing in the right direction. I think the time frame is optimistic. There are some really big challenges. Think about everyone saying we're for protection and we're for redevelopment. Let's think about when we get down to how much of a habitat do we want to provide for otter, minks, water ouzels, and what have you, versus public access where I can walk along the river and disturb the habitat and drive those animals away. Where's going to be the compromise just on that one little thing? Then we have relocation versus on-site improvement. We mentioned the difficulty of establishing just contact information with businesses. Wait until we start asking businesses, what do you think about this plan for redevelopment? And we need to communicate with all these people who are going to be reluctant to do so. So it's definitely challenging. On the public outreach, I see we're going to make a big effort here at this point, but for a lot of people, they're going to say, well, I'm for river protection and redevelopment sounds fine as long as you don't have more people moving here and the traffic's not any worse. And, just these conflicting goals that are hard to resolve will be general responses. And when we're really going to start seeing how challenging this is when we get to talking about the opportunity areas. That's when we talk about what goes where, it becomes something tangible. And I hope people come out of the weeds and take a stand so we can start reconciling all these issues. So to wrap it up, I'm proud to be part of this committee, but I think it's going to be a tough haul. I hope people stay engaged.
Thank you for those comments, and I'll echo the appreciation to all of you, both council members and everybody else who's serving on that committee. I'll take just a finer grain rather than maybe the higher level stuff that Vice Mayor Zabriskie talked about. Most of my questions were simply on the 50,000 and the amount of money we're spending to put in Tart Connect ads and make buttons and do all sorts of things for a planning process versus the hard questions, right? I think the planning process is easy. To your statements, it's easy to talk about those things at the high level. It's much harder to put things on paper and decide what goes where. So I support the amendment right now, and I just want us to be clear moving forward that I'm not really interested in $50,000 marketing contracts for every plan we put forward. Either I believe we could have much more bang for our buck, either doing this in-house with personnel and staffing appropriately as we forecast some of these plans and projects and understand that this one is a bit of an outlier. So happily supportive of it today and just making sure that we're, taking what we can glean from the successes on this project and making sure that we apply those as we move forward and really look to how to either staff up or resource up or communicate in a way that saves us a little money. To me, this just seems quite costly from a tax-paying perspective and from a general fund outlay.
So maybe staff and the rest of us should be thinking about metrics and using this as an example that we can then review and apply to future situations.
Yeah, and I'm comfortable with Jen's response to my questions on that, and that's sort of why I just wanted to bring it up as we deliberated, just to see, that if everybody agrees or not, and you don't have to agree with me or not tonight by any stretch of the imagination, but as we move other plans and projects forward, we're considering the types of expenditures that we are. So that's all I have with that. Councilmember Romack, how about a motion?
I will move that we authorize the town manager to execute a contract amendment with East River Public Relations to increase the contract amount by $50,000 to a total of $90,000 to support project communications, outreach, and outreach collateral.
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. Motion passes, and we look forward to seeing more of the great work that you guys are doing. Thank you so much for being here, too. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate your time. With that, it's 6:35. Is everybody okay to keep going before what might be a really long one? You want to take a really quick break? Okay, we'll do five. We'll just do a quick 5-minute restroom break quickly, and then we will reconvene at 6:41, 6:42. My clock. Rory, we good? Am I on? Everybody, thank you. Sounds like you can hear me. Yeah, sweet. Okay, we are reconvening. Thank you all for a very efficient restroom break. We are on to 7.2, the bioenergy feasibility study. We have Drew, just Drew. Yeah. All right, you got it all, Drew. Oh, right, and we have somebody on Zoom. Yes, thank you. Drew, take it away. We'll start with you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So this is agenda item 7.2, bioenergy feasibility study. I want to start out by thanking people. Usually that's at the end, but I thought it was appropriate to kind of give a shout out now. We had in the last year a meeting every month just about, and they were hour-long meetings, and so I really appreciate the Truckee Fire District, the PUD, and the Airport District for always coming to the meetings, always contributing to the conversation. So it was a really good group collaborative approach. So thank you. How does this fit into council's strategic, or how does this fit into council priorities, into the strategic plan? It's, it is a council priority, which is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, become a leader in environmental sustainability. Through this process, hopefully enhancing partnerships, like I just said, we worked with a lot of partners, maybe more in the future, and investment for emergency preparedness. It's also ties into that key infrastructure and community connectivity to enhance quality of life for everyone. So those are the pieces that were kind of what drive this biomass feasibility study. That was only 2 slides. I'm going to do 2 more after this. So even though this is going to be a probably long discussion, I'm going to keep this slideshow short. But David's going to kind of add to that quite significantly. So I want to introduce David Featherman. He was our consultant on this project for Wildafor Consulting Services. They specialize in the development and construction of renewable bioenergy projects and assist public and private sectors with those projects. He's done biomass energy, biomass heat, project risk analysis. So he's a real expert. He's helped with projects in the region, so we're really lucky to have him. So without further ado, I'm going to let David go through his presentation and kind of all the fun analysis that he's done for us. So thank you very much, David.
Thank you, Drew. Can you all hear me in the room okay? Can somebody let me know that you can hear me before I start?
Yes, sorry, David, we can hear you and see you.
Perfect. Okay, and I can see the slides, so thank you, Drew. So I'll skip the introduction. Thanks for that, Drew. I just want to say thank you to Mayor Polivy and Vice Mayor Zabriskie and the rest of council for the opportunity tonight to give you this update on what's been a long journey for all of us. Most of you, I think all of you, were here 18 months or so ago when I briefed you at the end of our scoping study, where we narrowed down to the options that we looked at in the feasibility study. So that's what we're going to talk about today. I hope you have at least had a little bit of a chance to look at the report. All the details that I'll talk about tonight are in even greater detail in the report. And so I'm going to try to go through this as quickly as I can, try to keep the slide presentation to about 30 minutes, and then take as many questions as you might have at the end. So Drew, let's go ahead and march forward. We can skip this is essentially the table of contents for the report. So let's just jump in. And as Drew just mentioned, this ties back into the original reason we started doing this a couple of years ago. The kind of overarching objective was that we want to seek to utilize locally generated biomass as an alternative to the things that we do with it now, which is often leave it on site to decay, do open pile burning, or take a great deal of it for disposal at Eastern Regional Landfill. And so, as Drew noted, this was a partnership with the Fire District, the Airport District, and the PUD, as well as the town. And coming out of that scoping study, and those same partners participated in the scoping study, we identified 2 essential pathways to look at more deeply in the feasibility study. One was a biomass power option, making electricity, from biomass. Another was a combined heat and biochar option, which is a heating option that has a co-product called biochar. We'll talk a lot about that later. In the course of doing the feasibility study, we identified a third option, which is based on air curtain burner technology. We'll talk about that. So there really were these three options for the study. In addition, we were asked to, because the combined heat and biochar option will create this biochar product, we were asked to do a market study to look at what the market demand for that material would be and what that looks like, what pricing looks like, et cetera. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Go to the next slide. So we started this feedstock assessment process in the scoping study. We refined it further in the feasibility study. This is any successful bioenergy project needs to really understand the feedstock that you're working with, both the quantity of the feedstock and also the quality, where it's coming from, is it seasonal, that sort of thing. So we spent considerable time looking at all the different sources the partners were generating for residential pickup programs, the town's vegetation projects, defensible space work throughout the region, and particularly forest fuels reduction. A lot of the material ended up coming from that, from the fire district. When it's all said and done, we landed on a number of about 13,000 bone-dry tons of material that the partners are going to be producing in a steady state, going forward as a steady state quantity for, say, the next 10, 15, 20 years. That's the number that we used as the basis for trying to size a project. The other thing we looked at was, where does this material currently go? And what we discovered is that just under half of it is currently left on site to decay after it's, say, masticated or broadcast chipping, that sort of thing. It's just left to decay. That's a problem from a greenhouse gas perspective. We'll talk about that. About 11% is currently burned in an uncontained way, and then about 43% is delivered to ERL. As we talked about last time I was here, the real challenge there is essentially the cost of disposing it along that pathway. So there's a $15 a cubic yard tipping fee currently. So that's a volume-based tipping fee that hopefully is changing to a weight-based system soon. But when you run the numbers and look at what the town is paying to dispose of at ERL, currently it's approaching $100 a bone-dry ton. So when you take that and multiply it by the material, you can see that this is a big financial challenge. So next slide, please. This is just the details. This is in the report, but the important takeaway here is on the right-hand side, there's a column of numbers in red. You can see that the fire district we found is generating about 2/3 of all the material that the partners are generating collectively. The town is at about 28% of that, and then there's a very small contribution from the airport district and the PUD. This becomes important when we start thinking about the quality of the fuel. And so the fire district material, because it's based on forest treatment work, it tends to be higher quality, more woody material, less of the type of lower quality material you might get from residential programs that might have a lot of pine needles and leaves and that sort of thing. Go ahead, Drew. And so once we understood the feedstock, then the next important piece is both the siting of where, and these things are related to each other, where the facility might be sited, and also what the opportunity is to offset current utility usages. So if you recall, when we did the scoping study, the partners had identified a cluster of buildings near the airport. There were a number of public buildings like the town hall and the fire station and police station and some airport admin buildings. That cluster of building was sort of the basis for what we looked at in the scoping study. We started looking again in more detail at that cluster of buildings for the feasibility study for a variety of reasons that are discussed in the report. That site started to become what seemed to be a challenge that maybe couldn't be overcome. And so the town, Drew and I actually and some others spent a fair bit of time looking at some other alternatives. And we ended up pivoting to this public service center site, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with, which is where the Public Works Department for Truckee is located in the Animal Services building. There's a new phase of development going on at that site that's underway, where hopefully an EV charging station and storage facility for buses will be constructed at some point. So we identified this, there's land there. We identified this as probably a better site, at least for the purposes of doing the feasibility analysis. So everything you see going forward will be based on that PSC campus site. Just briefly mention regarding the utilities, we found that actually the heating load was 3 times higher there than it was at the airport cluster, which was a surprise to me at least, given that it's a pretty contained campus. So there's an opportunity there to offset fossil fuel usage. If there is if the decision is made to have the EV charging station there, then there's the option of perhaps having a microgrid and increasing the resiliency of the public transit system. If the grid goes down, you need a way to charge buses. You can do that perhaps with the bioenergy plant. So another potential opportunity there. Next slide. And I'm sure you're all well aware, this is the site. We're looking at the eastern portion of this campus area. That to the right there, the wooded. There's 3 parcels there, 2 owned by the town, and there's more than enough acreage for the size of project. That I think there's 6 or 7 acres available. Probably would only need a couple of acres for a project of the size that we're talking about. Next slide. And then just really briefly, typically we would look at 36 months of utility data for an analysis like this, but because we were a little short on time and there was resource challenges, we went with 12 months. But we found that the town is spending about $250,000 a year just on gas and electricity for this site. So there's certainly an opportunity to offset pretty significant current utility usage with a bioenergy plant. The unit costs there at the bottom indicate that these are on the high range of what's being paid for gas or electric. So that helps projects be more financially viable typically. Next slide. So that's sort of the background. And then in terms of the evaluation of the options, like I said, there were initially 2 coming out of the scoping study. We expanded it to 3. Option 1A and 1B are both what we call power-led options. So the primary objective is to make electricity from the wood. Option 2 is a thermally led option. So you're making heat, and in this case, heat and biochar. Probably important to note that both the power-led options could support both EV charging and or a microgrid on the campus. So those were priorities that were mentioned over the course of developing the analysis. The combined heat and biochar system could serve the heating loads at the campus. So a small hydronic district heating loop could be developed as part of that project. And this last bullet is important, and there may be more discussion here later, but it's really important to note that when we're talking about developing a facility at this campus, we're not talking about a large scale feedstock processing operation or bulk storage for months and months of fuel. We're talking about simply the bioenergy plant, and in the case of the air curtain burner option, some staging area for fuel, but we're not talking about months of storage. That's an important component that I want to make sure is clear to everyone. Next slide. So I'll just quickly go through each of the 3 options. The combined heat and power option is essentially a biomass boiler-based system. If you're at all familiar with the project that's being developed at the North Star Community Services District, this closely mirrors that in a lot of respects in terms of size. This is 2 1 megawatt boilers. Each of those would be coupled with what's called an organic Rankine cycle generator that takes heat and makes electricity out of that heat. So there'd be this sort of pair of boiler ORC units operating in parallel, making electricity. The system could be grid connected, so you could be selling into the grid or operating on a net metering agreement, or you could be just using the power all behind the meter, depending on the final specifications of the design. There also could be a heating component to this, so you could offset some of the natural gas heating that's going on the campus. This particular option would use about 4,200 bone-dry tons a year of feedstock. So if you remember, our 13,000 is sort of everything we've got to work with. 4,200 is about a third of that. And without diving too deeply into it, but we did consider a lot, for especially option 1A and option 2, the quality of the fuel. Like, so if we think that, roughly half the feedstock that the partners are generating is high quality woody material, we didn't necessarily want to size a system that was much larger than that. So we're looking at systems that we feel like the material that's being generated could support that type of system at that size. So each one of these, I'll talk about key advantages and challenges at the bottom of the slide. In this case, the boiler technology is extremely robust. These systems have been around for decades. They're well understood. Not a lot in terms of labor to manage the system. So lots of positives on the technology side. In addition, the electricity that was generated from this option would allow the town to meet its SB 1383 procurement targets by procuring, or in this case, generating biomass energy from wood chips sourced from a landfill or a disposal facility like ERL. So that's a positive. On the challenging side, typically these projects, one of the big hurdles is grid connection or interconnection. And because we had the PUD on board as a partner, this really isn't as much of a challenge because they've indicated that from a technology and from a sort of architecture or infrastructure standpoint, looking at the grid infrastructure and looking at circuits and isolation, that sort of thing, that this shouldn't be a challenge. There's some cost involved, of course, but not a showstopper. And then establishing how the value of that electricity is recovered for the partners. Is it through a net metering agreement, which is most likely at this size? And so those would be the challenges associated with this option. Next slide, you can see just a representative, you saw these in the report, representative example of the type of technology we're talking about. So on the right there, that's a biomass boiler about the size that we're talking about here. So there'd be two of these side by side in a single facility. The boiler makes hot water, sends it to the large storage tank you see to the left, and then from the storage tank, the hot water's run through the ORC generator, which is that cube-looking thing to the left of the frame. That's where the electricity is generated, and then from there, the water is still warm enough that it can be sent to a district heating loop to offset heat as well in the building. So that's the first option. Option 1B, again, a power-led option, is based on an air curtain burner technology, but it's a very specific application. There's a well-established supplier of air curtain burners called Air Burners, and they've developed a system called the Biocharger, which is specifically trying to solve a problem that looks a lot like some of the problems we're trying to solve, which is connected. They basically took an air curtain burner, which just combusts the wood sort of in the raw and generates a lot of heat. That heat can be run through a very similar ORC generator like you saw for option 1A, a little bit larger in size, in this case, 100 kilowatts. Make electricity, and then that electricity is sent to a battery bank, and the battery bank has EV charging connected to it. So it's sort of the idea behind the system is you operate an air curtain burner during the day, disposing of wood, making heat and electricity, storing it in the battery, then you have the ability to plug vehicles in overnight and do overnight charging. So we found out about this kind of midway, and we said, yeah, this is something we want to add to the mix, so we did. This option could use, if the conditions were right, this option could potentially use all 13,000 bone-dry tons a year of material from the partners. So that was a big advantage. This is a much more labor-intensive solution, and so unlike the other two options where it's a very part-time, couple hours a day kind of operating requirement from the standpoint of your staff, this would require two full-time operators all the time when you're operating the system, and it needs a big buffer zone for safety purposes, so 70,000 square foot area just to kind of have that perimeter around the unit. The main advantage of this system and why we added it to the mix was the ability to avoid this really high disposal fee at ERL potentially. We can talk about that a little bit later. The other nice thing about this is it's a modular design. You'll see in the next slide there's a picture, but these are individual components that can be strung together. There's no building per se. You could pour a slab, deliver this equipment. It's skid mounted. You could move it if you needed to. It's a much more low impact solution in that sense. Challenge is, again, high labor costs because you need these two full-time operators. And there are some operational concerns specifically around wind. You can't operate the system safely if the wind's blowing more than 20 miles an hour. So we looked at that in the report. Did an assessment based on weather data in Truckee. It looks like it would be, there'd be enough days you could run it and it would make sense. So we can go to the next slide. We can take a look at what this system looks like. So in the back left is the firebox or the air curtain burner where you drop the material. To the right of that in the back is the module that would make the electricity in the ORC generator. And then in the front there, as you see the vehicles plugged in, there's the battery bank and the EV charging stations. It could be up to 4. Well, it's designed for 4. It could potentially be up to 6 level 2 chargers. So it would be sufficient for, we met with the folks that are doing the rollout of the EV bus system, and the first delivery of those buses, I think, is 4 to 6 buses. And so we used that as a basis for that conceptual design. So this would be kind of the first phase of that transition. So the next slide, the last option we have is the combined heat and biochar option, and this is a different technology than the other two. So it's not a combustion-based system. It's called a system called pyrolysis, which is a different way of converting biomass. It's essentially making charcoal of the biomass, so you heat it at high temperatures, but in the absence of oxygen. So it never catches fire and burns and creates ash. Instead, it becomes charcoal and creates this biochar co-product. In addition, it would create a significant amount of heat. So again, we could have heat to make a district heating loop to serve that campus if that's where the project was sited. The system, as we sized it, was sized to process 3,300 bone-dry tons of feedstock each year. So this is about 25% of the total from the partners. There are 2 reasons for that. Is these type of pyrolysis systems are not as flexible in the sizing as, say, a boiler system. So they sort of come in standard sizes. And so we chose a relatively small size that would use this much material, number one. Number two, and as you see at the bottom, the challenge here is that the fuel spec for these units is tighter than a boiler system typically. And so you need a really uniform woody material that's of a certain moisture content, certain size. And so we didn't want to assume that all the fuel, again, that the partners were generating would be suitable for technology like this. So we kind of kept it conservative on the size. At that size, it would produce 830 tons of biochar each year, and that biochar could be sold as a material, and then the carbon credits associated with that could be sold independently. And there's a whole set of slides at the end. We'll talk about that. So that's a kind of a key feature of this option. The carbon sequestration is an advantage in that the other two options that we've talked through would offset a lot of carbon emissions, but they don't sequester carbon, whereas this would actually sequester carbon. That is what makes it unique. And the ability to sell that material and sell the carbon credits is an opportunity for a pretty significant revenue stream, whereas the other ones are kind of based on offsetting or avoiding costs rather than actually generating revenue. But as I said, the fuel spec is tighter here. And these markets for biochar, which we have a couple slides on at the end, are still evolving. And so there's some uncertainty around pricing and the ability to have an offtake agreement, et cetera. So this is a typical sort of representative example of the size and sort of appearance of what a facility like this might look like. This happens to be one that's in an open air environment. You could certainly put this inside of a small boiler plant like option 1A, and they're footprint wise, they're kind of roughly comparable. This is less than a 5,000 square foot footprint. This particular one is a photograph of a unit in Europe. So that's the summary of the options. And then I guess moving to environmental impacts of the projects that we looked at, we focused a lot on air emissions, specifically two different types of emissions, the greenhouse gas side, and then also criteria pollutants. And what we discovered is all three of the options would offer a significant reduction in the current greenhouse gas emissions from what we call business as usual disposal pathways. And that takes two forms. Again, the avoided emissions that don't have to happen if we use a bioenergy conversion plant, and in the case of option 2, potentially carbon sequestration in the form of biochar. Those are the ways that we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And then when we think about criteria pollutants, particularly option 1A and option 2, those systems have advanced emissions controls. And so I have numbers at the end of the slide presentation, but the reduction is significant in things like particulate matter and carbon monoxide and NOx and those criteria pollutants. We did meet with the Northern Sierra Air Quality Management District about the project. We had several follow-ups, shared with them the conceptual designs that we were working through. And the bottom line is they're very supportive of any of these uses, alternative uses of biomass. From their perspective, I think anything that's not open pile burning and uncontrolled combustion is a good thing for air quality. And so they said that they would work with the partners to permit any of these systems, including the air curtain burner system. Next slide. This is a lot of detail that's probably a little hard to read, but again, in the report, the main takeaway here, I think, is that no matter the option that we're looking at, the ability to avoid on-site decay of biomass is by far the biggest contributor to reducing greenhouse gas emissions for any of these systems. So in other words, the more material you can get off the forest floor and into any of these systems, that's where the real reduction in greenhouse gas emissions are. And so that, I think, surprised us to some extent that it was that heavily weighted in that direction. We could talk about that if there are questions, but that's the main takeaway. At the bottom there, you can see whether these numbers are meaningful. On an annual basis, we're talking about offsetting somewhere in the 3,500 to 8,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year of operating these systems, depending on which pathway. And then assuming a 25-year life cycle for the system, you're talking about, in the ballpark of 100 to 200,000 metric tons. So not an insignificant reduction in greenhouse gas. And in fact, if we go to the next slide, to put that in context, we looked at, as just an example, what's the greenhouse gas emissions for all the passenger vehicles registered in the town of Truckee. Turns out those 14 or 15,000 cars put out about 66,000 metric tons of CO2 a year. So two ways to think about this. On a given year, any of these projects would offset somewhere in the 5 to 12% proportion of that those annual offsets from those vehicles, or over the life cycle of the system, again, 100 to 200,000 metric tons, you're offsetting more than a year's worth of all the emissions from all the vehicles registered in Truckee. So again, a fairly significant reduction in GHG footprint. Go to the next slide. And then on the criteria side, the colors are the important thing on this chart, I guess. The colors are based on the 3 different tiers that the Air District looks at in terms of permitting a project. And so if you're in the green tier, you essentially don't need mitigations to reduce those levels. You're kind of already there under the threshold. And you can see option 1A, the boiler system, it meets the 3 criteria pollutant requirements right out of the gate. The pyrolysis system, option 2, almost meets all 3. The NOx is just a little bit above the threshold of the tier 1 or level A. So there may be some mitigations required. And then option 1B, the air curtain burner, bumps up into that yellow zone, which does require some more mitigations, mostly on the operational side, to try to minimize particulates and just sort of have a more effective combustion of the material. That's kind of the mitigation there. So, but again, the takeaway from the Air District was all these options are preferable from their perspective to open pile burning, and that all these systems would be permittable in the county. And then on to the sort of the last major piece before we talk about the biochar market is the financial analysis. So we looked for each of these pathways, we looked at what does it cost to build the system, what does it cost to operate it on an annual basis, and then we fold that into a 25-year pro forma financial analysis, and we look at things like return on investment. In addition, we did a sensitivity analysis around some key inputs to the models that we were using. So things like the wood fuel price, and also how changes in utility costs, either gas or electric, going up or down, would change the economic viability of these different pathways. So next slide. In terms of operating expenses, so the top part of this chart shows the net annual operating cost for each of the systems, that first bold number. So for option 1A, the boiler system, it's sort of a break-even scenario where you're just about offsetting the costs involved in running the plant by the avoided utility purchases. For option 1B, you're spending a lot of money to run the plant every year, the $370,000, just by the nature of the labor requirement. And then option 2 is sort of in between. You've got offsets, but not quite enough to offset the complete cost of running the plant. So you're spending about $90,000 a year to run that pyrolysis system. Then the lower part of this table talks, and there's a lot more detail in the report, but this lays out the what we call the community co-benefits, or the value of the community co-benefits for each of these pathways, which are very different for each of the pathways. So for option 1A, I mentioned earlier that it would allow the town to avoid its SB 1383 procurement requirements. You wouldn't have to buy mulch or compost or credits for mulch or compost. You could instead take credit for this electricity. That could save maybe $30,000. That was the estimate we had at the time. In terms of the air curtain burner, again, this is the big number. The $560,000 represents the total payments to ERL essentially from the town and the fire district last year. So in excess of $500,000 of tipping fees. If you can avoid some or most or all of that, then that becomes a community benefit against which the labor cost of running that system, becomes more viable. And then option 2, the pyrolysis plant. The value there, this co-benefit, is the sale of those carbon credits, and we'll talk about that. But that's not insignificant. That could be a couple $100,000 a year to really bring down the cost of operating. So at the bottom line, the net community benefit is sort of factoring in the cost of running the plant against these benefits, factoring in the value of these benefits. And you can see that, again, the boiler plant still kind of is a break-even scenario. There could be a potentially pretty large benefit from the air curtain burner, but it does hinge on being able to offset those disposal fees. And then again, the pyrolysis system comes in somewhere in between, saving, in the order of $100,000 a year. And then the capital costs for the system, a little more straightforward. I look at the number, that's the total cost number. I added contingency in the report, I talk about that, but for the purposes of the modeling, we looked at just what's the baseline cost of the project. And so it's about an $8 million baseline. For option 1A, the boiler plant, it's about $2.7 million for the air curtain burner system, which again is all those other modules to make electricity, and then the pyrolysis system at about 6.3. And so when you look at this slide and you think about the previous slide, what you discover is that the system that has the lowest CapEx has the highest operating cost and vice versa. So unfortunately, it just becomes a trade-off between, do you spend more money up front to have a lower operating cost in the future, or do you pay more in the future to have a lower CapEx now? So we go to the next slide. Then to wrap all that together, we did, like I said, this detailed pro forma analysis, and all the projects had a positive net present value, so they all have a positive ROI. It's just a matter of, like option 1A is kind of barely making it. There's a little bit more wiggle room in the other two options, and then you can see there's a payback period associated with that. And so as it's modeled, the air curtain burner pays back much more quickly than, say, a boiler plant. And as it's been the case in the last few slides, the pyrolysis system comes in between the two. But all three positive, which is important. And then that sensitivity analysis I mentioned, I won't talk too much about it, but just the takeaway was that options 1A and 1B, they work, they pencil as they're designed, but there's not any wiggle room for those inputs to change. So if the cost of fuel, which we've modeled at $10 a bone dry ton, which is a purchase from ERL, and we had lots of discussions with the folks that run the MRF there to talk about what they would be willing to sell fuel for these projects. $10 a bone dry ton, the project works. If that number goes to $20 a ton, the project doesn't work financially. So they're kind of on the knife's edge in that sense, options 1A. And 1B is based on the cost of just, if there were additional costs to bring the material to an air curtain burner above and beyond what the current cost is to take it to ERL, that could make that model become negative. The positive side on option 1B is that model is completely insensitive to utility rates. So if electricity prices go up or down, it doesn't change whether that project is economically viable. It's really just based on how much tipping fees you can offset at ERL. Then option 2, there is room for both for fuel prices to increase, also for utility prices to go up or down. That project has, or that conceptual design has, a little bit more flexibility to generate a positive return, even if some of these inputs were to change in the future. So next slide. So this last piece, the supplemental analysis to the feasibility study, was the biochar market study, and really, it's, as I said earlier, it's two components to that. It's the sale of biochar itself, and it's the sale of carbon credits associated with making that char. As we scaled, or as we sized option 2, it would generate 830 tons of biochar a year from the pyrolysis system. Between selling the char and selling the carbon credits, that could be a revenue stream of in the neighborhood of $400,000. There are, of course, assumptions behind those inputs, but that's what the model, as we've designed it now, is telling us. These markets can be independent. So in other words, you can sell the biochar to one entity, you can sell the carbon credits elsewhere, or they can be bundled. It's just a very kind of case-by-case basis how that works. But the main takeaway is that the market for the material itself, of course, because you'd have to transport it, essentially it's a local or a regional market at best. Not necessarily going to want to sell biochar to a farmer in Georgia. You want to keep it local. But the carbon market is global, so that these platforms exist where those carbon markets, if they're unbundled from the material, they could be sold to any purchaser at whatever that price would be, and it's independent of the sale of the material. So go next slide. Just really quickly on the material side, for those of you familiar with biochar, it's typically been used as an amendment to, is it a soil amendment or a compost amendment to something to enhance the ability for soil to retain moisture or retain nutrients. In the case of composting, it can reduce the odors of the composting operations, and it can actually reduce GHG emissions from that. But there are so many emerging uses for this material. We talk about those in the report, but things like as a substitute for activated carbon for water filtration or air filtration, erosion control, paving materials. There's a project in California that's selling biochar to be used in paving roads. And one that I wasn't aware of until very recently is actually 3D printing. So additive manufacturing, the fancy name for 3D printing, but biochar can be used as a material in that process. So there's lots of emerging markets. And then the challenging side on the markets is they're still evolving, and the key to being able to sell biochar to productively use it in one of these processes is you have to essentially match the material to the end use. And so that requires you understanding and having consistency of the quality of the material, having a supply chain where you can move the material. So there are a lot of uncertainties we talk about in the report. And what we recommend essentially is that if you want to have a reliable offtake of this this material, you need to either develop a one-to-one relationship with a regional or a local buyer that says, yes, I need X tons of this material. I'm willing to buy it for you at this price each year, and just establish that relationship. There's not sort of a marketplace where you can just bag it and drop it off at Home Depot and sell it. That's not going to happen. Or you contract with a broker that specializes in moving this material, and they, of course, for a fee, but they'll essentially take it off your hands. You can outsource that process, and you can still recover a revenue stream that way. So next slide. And then the carbon market piece, which is really, to me, the more interesting side of this, and potentially the more lucrative side of this. Without diving too deep into it, the carbon that's sequestered in the biochar itself, about 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide is sequestered per ton of biochar. So I mentioned earlier, this project would make 830 tons of biochar a year. That's a little over 2,000 tons of carbon that's being sequestered. That's the carbon that can be sold in the form of a carbon dioxide removal credit on a voluntary market. There's a number of voluntary markets I talk about in the report. To give you a sense of the size of that market, it's about 5.3 million metric tons of these CDR credits have been sold to date, and that represents a value of about $2.1 billion on the market, and this is just in the last 5 years. Most of that's in the last 2 or 3 years, actually. And so the way I frame this in the report is that given the uncertainties associated with selling the material, there seems to be a lot more certainty in the ability to sell the carbon dioxide removal credits. If anything, biochar is emerging as one of the more attractive carbon dioxide credits on these markets, as opposed to something like an offset project where the carbon credit is based on not cutting down a forest. These biochar projects, because they're producing a tangible product, are becoming actually more bankable than some other types of carbon offset projects. So we talk more about that in the report. And go to the next slide. This was just to provide a little perspective to show these are currently the three largest producers of CDR credits from biochar in the United States. Just last year, the largest one, Oregon Biochar Solutions, sold about a little over 5,000 metric tons of carbon credits. And so I mentioned this project would be create about 2,000 tons of carbon credits. So it would be one of the larger projects, actually, from a CDR standpoint, which is kind of an interesting component of the project. We use the Puro Earth platform. There are 3 or 4 recognized platforms for doing this kind of carbon trading. Puro Earth is, I think, the most advanced, and they're the one that focuses exclusively on carbon removal projects as opposed to other types of offsets. So this is sort of where the biochar market is happening for these kinds of products. In the models that we used for the report, we assumed a $110 value of each metric ton of carbon dioxide that's sequestered. I looked today, the spot market price is $180 a ton currently, so it's going up pretty rapidly. That's not to say it won't come back down, but that's where it's at right now. It's 180. As a little sensitivity analysis, I ran the numbers, and if that number were $220 a metric ton for carbon credits, the material sales can be zero. You can essentially give that away, and you get the same payback on the project. So there is definitely a sort of a relationship there between the value of the material and the value of the carbon credits. And which one needs to be, what the value of one needs to be to offset the value of the other. I think, is that it? Okay, so yeah, the wrap up is just, we looked, we maintained a focus the whole time on the triple bottom line. So I spent a lot of time here talking about the economics, and but the environmental was important, and the social, the community aspects as well. And so I guess the takeaways from these 3 dimensions were, again, the economics are positive for all 3 projects. There is this trade-off between initial capital investment and then lower annual operating costs. And then there's this uncertainty around if wood fuel prices from ERL or somewhere else were to go up, that changes the output of the model, and that creates some uncertainty in the return. On the environmental side, as I mentioned, criteria pollutant reduction compared to open burning is significant depending on which pollutant you're talking about. But anywhere from 60 to 99% reduction, which is obviously a good thing. And then again, the 100,000 metric tons, give or take, depending on which pathway you go down for reducing greenhouse gas emissions over a 25-year life cycle of the facility. And then lastly, this was a little bit more qualitative, but really, I know you folks are, again, familiar with the North Star project, probably mostly familiar with the Quincy project. And we've talked about this as being kind of the next step, in terms of scale, and maybe in terms of technology. kind of building this circular bioeconomy in the region. So this from a community standpoint, from a social impact standpoint, would be definitely the next step of utilizing a higher volume of material each year to kind of help build that economy out. At the very end of the report, you may have noticed, this was basically the last number of discussions we had among the partners was, is there a slam dunk solution here out of these three? And the answer really was no, there's no slam dunk. There's pros and cons to each one. The more we talked about it, and up to and including as recently as yesterday, we were meeting about this, and it could be that there is a hybrid system where, for example, we take option 2 and we add an electric generation component to it, and maybe we make it a little bit bigger and we generate more carbon credits and it helps the project financially. And oh, by the way, if it's a combined heat and power project, we can take advantage of a 30% investment tax credit, which in the case of these models, option 2 wasn't able to take advantage of, but option 1A was. And then, of course, if we're making more biochar, we're offsetting more greenhouse gas emissions, and we have even bigger impact on the environment. So for me, the bottom line, doing this analysis for the last 18 months was maybe there's no slam dunk, but there is certainly an opportunity here to increase the utilization of this material, to treat it as something that's valuable and it's not a waste. And I can tell you from having worked on both the North Star project in its early development and on the Quincy project all through its construction, that those projects were really in no better financial stead when we were at the analysis phase than this project is. It was really just a matter of deciding that this is something that we want to do and having a champion for the project, and then doing the value engineering to figure out, how do we make this even more, potentially more effective and de-risk it as much as we possibly can. So that is everything that we've done. My contact information, if we don't get to your question tonight and you have another one tomorrow and you want to reach out, please feel free to do that. But I'll just close by thanking everyone on the town staff for all your help, and the partners were tremendous help, and absolutely could not have done the analysis without the help of the town staff. So just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you all right now, and open to any questions you might have. Or actually, I don't know, Drew, do you want to go first and then take questions after?
I like this last slide, Drew. Just
okay. Let's do that.
You want to do this last slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the best one yet.
So this was our attempt to find that sweet spot, or the one that stood out. And as you can see, there's a lot of smiley faces in all columns, a lot of frowny faces in all columns, and kind of the meh face in all columns. We were hoping, looking at it's essentially what David had presented, all the tables kind of dumbed down, and we were really trying to find that one that had a majority of the green happy faces. And as David pointed out, it's really hard. All of them have pros and all of them have cons. Just the fact that annual operating costs are completely divergent from the capital costs is kind of it kind of shouts why this is so complicated, and trying to find the single gold star there. I think we've heard enough from David that, besides looking at the happy and frowny faces, I think we can move on from this. But if we want to go back and see how many, count up the happy faces we can later. So, like I mentioned early on, it's really a collaborative project, and we kind of wanted to David has given presentations at all the other boards, and this is kind of our interpretation of where those other agencies stand. Truckee Fire Protection District has been great with helping us determine, the biomass quality or the biofuel quality, and they're willing to commit additional staff time, but not further resources for implementation or operation. The Truckee Airport District remains open to participating in some fashion towards the development of a biomass facility. And similarly, the PUD maintains its interest in helping the community to develop renewable electricity. So that's our take on their stance. So with that, you've heard quite a bit from David. So thank you, David. The recommended action is to receive the bioenergy feasibility study, direct staff to pursue opportunities to partner on a project that utilizes an air curtain burner to dispose of woody biomass, evaluate incorporating biomass into future town building projects, and consider possible roles for the town to participate in the ERL biomass project. So with that, thank you. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Drew. Thanks, David, for joining us. You're always a wealth of really great information, and some of us understand everything that you said, and some of us were just trying to follow along and keep up. So we really appreciate everything that you bring to the conversation. Just a quick clarification for staff. I think some of your recommended actions here are just slightly vague. So I just want to make sure that we stay on task. And when you say so, we can receive the study. That's easy. We can direct staff. That's also easy. The second two bullets are a little bit more vague, and I guess I'm just wondering to what level of input are you looking for from us? Is evaluating incorporating biomass into future town building projects? That's great. As you guys move that forward, you're just looking for our interest in doing so, but then also the consider possible roles. I'm guessing you're not looking for us to identify those roles right now. You're just asking like, hey, do you want us to keep listening and attending and being part of these conversations rather than prescribing actual specific roles that we want you to pursue? Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yeah.
Great. Cool. So just want the four of us to hear all that as well, in terms of how we also decide to deliberate and move this forward. So we will bring it back to questions. Again, there were a lot of really great questions asked in our pre-questioning period, and those are posted to the website under the public comment. So feel free to go there and feel free to not necessarily repeat yourself if you already have a good answer that you wanted. Does anybody want to go first? Do you want to go first, Councilmember Klofstad, or would you? You want to go? Oh, he's saying. All right. Vice Mayor Zabriskie, you go.
Yeah. One of the written comments inquired about criteria pollutants, expressing concern about particulate matter and other pollutants. And I think I heard Mr. Featherman say that there were ways of mitigating the criteria pollutant emissions on the air curtain burner. Could we get a more specific answer on how it might be mitigated?
So one thing before David jumps in, an air curtain burner, as I understand it, would have to go through a permitting process with the local air resources board. So that's a permitting mechanism where they would be ensuring that emissions from the facility met their requirements, and then beyond that, I'll let David go.
Right. Yeah.
I can share if it's helpful. Not right now. I'll follow up. But the sort of the guiding standard in the state at this point, anyway. The San Joaquin Air District did an assessment of criteria pollutant emissions. What the estimated emissions would be from an air curtain burner system, and those became the basis for when folks do these types of analyses, and that's what I used for this analysis. In terms of how to best mitigate those, I mean, it is a different thing. It's not, you don't have the type of advanced emissions control systems like I mentioned for the boiler or the pyrolysis system. So a lot of it leaves particulates, for example. It comes down to the efficiency of the combustion in some cases. Why this is different from something like open pile burning is a lot of its temperature and oxygen, the nature of the combustion, the efficiency of the combustion. But it's certainly, you saw in the chart, it's certainly not going to approach the level of emissions that you can have, the level of cleanliness that you can have from those other two options that you saw that the numbers were much higher for the air curtain burner system.
Right. It's a level B on the air curtain burner system. You mentioned temperature, and I thought what you were saying is you might have to have a better feedstock for the air curtain burner in order to reduce the pollutants closer to level A. Is that correct, or would it require something else?
Yeah, there actually isn't a whole lot else you can do. So yes, and my understanding from talking to the folks that operate these systems is, if you can't fill this thing with low quality fuel like a bunch of small branches and pine needles and expect to have a clean burn. So you've got to have woody material, at least a certain proportion of woody material. You can mix those other smaller things in, but that kind of sort of the efficiency gets back to the efficiency of the combustion is the way to try to minimize those. But in terms of, actually, I'll follow up to see. I'm not aware of like being able to scrub the emissions, but maybe, for example, this biocharger system, the one I mentioned for option 1B, I'll try to double check and confirm if they have any additional options for emissions control. But from an air curtain burner standpoint, generally, it usually comes down to the cleanest burn possible is about the best you can do. You're not going to have the same kind of emissions control systems you are in a boiler plant.
Okay. And then I think you said one of the big attractions about 1B, the air curtain burner, is the avoided fees that go to the Eastern Regional Landfill, $560,000. Can you tell us how much of that is a savings to the town and how much is savings to the fire district?
I can tell you at that high level, yes, I can answer that question if you give me just a second.
Is it the ratio of their contribution?
It's not quite it's not quite the ratio, but it's last year the town spent $300,000 in tipping fees at ERL. So call it a little over $300,000 in the fire district. They were estimating going forward, their number was $235,000 plus an additional $15,000 for Tahoe Donner. So they gave me a number of $250,000. And then the town was at about 305. So that's how you get to that 555 number.
Right. So within the town number, though, it's important to distinguish the material that we generate, through our right-of-way management as compared to the material that our citizens generate that they bring to Eastern Regional. So I think there's a table, maybe you could flip back to it, Drew.
And that's where I was headed. How much of it is what our residents pay or our landowners, and how much is what actually comes out of the town government's pockets?
Right. And there was a table earlier that had that information. So if you look at the town of Truckee category, the residential programs is nearly 300,000 of that. And then kind of the town municipal operations is about 5,000.
For the year?
For the year.
And say again for the community. Good.
So I'm sorry. It's the top line on that table, the residential programs.
Got it.
And the distinction there is it gets really.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, detailed, but.
And then it wasn't clear to me, would the vehicles be charged, if we use the air curtain burners, would the vehicles then have to come up to the public service center and just park out in the open? Is that it?
Well, we're not convinced that an air curtain burner would work at the public service center because of the space requirements of the burner. Not so much the burner, but all the green waste staging.
Right.
So if it were to be that facility located somewhere other than the public service center, we'd have to decide, are we going to drive our vehicles to wherever that location is, park them there overnight, go pick them up and use them the next morning, or would potentially it be vehicles from some other maybe non-town function or non-town entity that would do the electric vehicle charging there?
My next question, I think, goes to Drew. Shortly before the meeting, I'd asked Drew if could explain on the bone-dry tons under option B why they don't add up to 13,000. This is the avoided bone-dry tons. It only gets up to 8,756, but yet we're hearing this program could utilize the whole 13,000 of the anticipated annual production of dry material.
Yeah, and David went back through his models and checked, and correct me if I'm wrong, David, but the offset it's lower because currently that material is being sent to other biogen plants. And so that 13,000 is not realized because it's being used in other plants. Does that?
Okay, so what we're analyzing here then in terms of 1B is a facility that burns about 8,700.
If I could just jump in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Clarify that. Yeah. So in the greenhouse gas model, which is the model that you're referring to, those tonnages represent the delta, the difference between the current pathway, the current disposal pathway, and the air curtain burner disposal. And so what we discovered is that about 75% of the material that the partners take to ERL to dispose of about 75% of that ERL sends to a large biomass cogeneration plant like Honey Lake. And so there's no GHG savings from us burning it in an air curtain burner or them burning it at Honey Lake. So I didn't account for that. So it's really that delta. It's the 25%. So the difference between the 13,000 tons and the 85 or 8,700 tons that you mentioned is that 75% that's going to a large cogen plant. We can't count that as an offset because it's still going to be combusted.
Okay, and then so is the financial analysis based on burning 13,000 tons or 8,000?
Yeah. Yeah, so we would be burning, just to clarify, we would be consuming 13,000 tons in option 1B in terms of the throughput of the system and the economics of the system. But in terms of the greenhouse gas modeling, we're not counting that 75% that would still be burned somewhere else. We're just counting the savings in greenhouse gas from things like the other 25% that would go to a landfill or become wood chips or something.
Okay, I understand. And I just have two more questions. One is, so the credit market would just pay us to produce biochar, and then we stack it up in a shed somewhere? Is that?
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I think I see your point. You have to document. You can't make the biochar, sell the carbon credits, and then sell the char itself to a coal company that burns it in a coal-fired power plant or something. You can't do that. So you have to document. There has to be a documented disposition of that material. If the things are bundled, if the credit is bundled with the sale of the material, then then it becomes the purchaser of that material, I guess, is the ultimate entity that's on the hook for making sure that doesn't get, like I said, thrown into a coal-fired power plant. But the credits themselves are just based on the generation of the material and the sort of long-lived sequestration of that carbon. So if you could bury it in the ground and be fine.
Okay. My last question is my search for some comfort or reliability on this 1.25 metric ton CO2 equivalents for bone dry tonnage for avoided on-site decay. I see in your answer to the written question that this largely comes through many things, but then the 2013 study from Placer County, it's a statewide measure. I was looking through research trying to find something more recent or more pertinent to our region that has a drier climate, hotter summers, different kind of substrate, something analogous to the work being done in Little Valley on the west side of Washoe Lake or up by Sagehen that would give us a more accurate measure of what the methane is that's naturally produced from the wood chips. And it sounds like all this local research is ongoing. Can you tell me how much confidence can I put in this figure that's a statewide figure that's going to include a lot of mesic environments and places that are really different from ours?
I can tell you that two things, I guess. One is going back a decade or so when I was more of a researcher, I was looking at this, and a lot of the research that's referenced in the Placer County protocol, actually, I recognize some of those names from my own research back, 10 years ago. I think if anything, that number's probably on the conservative side. If you just do the chemistry of how this, the material that is the organic material, the carbon that's in it's in the wood, combining with oxygen or hydrogen the factor is actually could be potentially much larger. It depends on, there's an assumption in those models that's how much of the material decays aerobically and how much of it decays anaerobically. So maybe this gets to your point about the dry climate. The assumption, I believe, in the Placer County model is that 9% of the material decays anaerobically, and only 9%, and 91% decays aerobically.
Okay.
Because methane is such a potent greenhouse gas, with the global warming potential, it's 21 times higher than carbon dioxide. That's where the math gives you this number that's greater than 1, basically.
Okay.
It's that a small part of the material at the bottom of the pile is decaying anaerobically and making that methane. That's causing that number to be larger than maybe you would imagine it should be. But to answer your question, I feel quite confident in that number because I've developed other numbers on my own that were actually higher than that. So I think they're probably being conservative.
Is it anaerobic because it's under the snow, or?
It's anaerobic simply because it doesn't have the surface of the material doesn't have exposure to oxygen.
Okay.
So think about just a pile of wood chips. Like you reached in there and there's just very low oxygen at some point, and that stuff is just decaying anaerobically inside the pile.
So it has to be fairly deep.
Yeah, I don't know how deep it would actually have to be. I think it's just it just doesn't have direct exposure to oxygen. So certainly, if it's a deeper pile, it's more likely to do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead, Councilmember Klostad.
You need to get up and walk a bit.
Me?
Yes.
No.
Okay, good. All right. So first of all, Drew, David, thank you so much. I really loved the statement in here about how you followed methodical, technology agnostic, triple bottom line approach to this evaluation. Not only is that a mouthful, but that's actually really challenging. And in ways, because you did that so well, you've clearly made our decision difficult because you haven't given us the right choice, right? But I respect that. So hopefully a quick question. Why does the air curtain burner not fit on the public safety or public service center, since I thought I heard roughly 7 acres available out there? Why does that not fit there?
Yeah, so I wanted to actually clarify that in the previous question. In the report, we assume that it is at that site. And I think what Dan was referring to, Dan, please chime in, but I think he was saying that we've continued to think about that and that some of the challenges associated with that. And it may not ultimately be the best location, but all the analysis in the report assumes that it is located there.
Okay,
and so
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's why I was confused.
Figure there with the 300-foot buffer zone and how far from the buildings that's in there.
Any other comments on that, Dan?
Yeah, so really with the air curtain burner option, the main benefit of that is accepting material from a number of different sources. Like, for instance, it showed a savings of $300,000 from within Truckee, but $295,000 of that was from residential green waste.
Green waste.
Right. So if you start thinking about that, that's running all of our residential green waste through the middle of our maintenance facility at the corporation yard, logging out a fairly large footprint of land in the back of the yard to basically create a dumping location, bringing in staffing to monitor that to make sure we're not getting residential trash and other contaminants that come along with unmonitored disposal, and introducing that type of activity into our maintenance yard is not something we should think of as being no big deal. It's definitely going to create issues. It's by no means an ideal situation to have that kind of activity going on in the middle of our public works maintenance operational facility. So
Okay.
that's the challenge.
All right. Thank you. That does explain a lot. And yet, I guess the next step then naturally would be to do another level of investigation and study in terms of citing such a facility and activity, given that that is the one option that allows us to utilize all 13 bone-dry tons of our that we need to process. Is that correct? Because that's the only one that satisfies all of that.
Yeah, I think if the council wanted to pursue an air curtain burner option and wanted to lead that option as opposed to be kind of like open to it if someone else was leading it, there's two distinctions there. Then I believe a siting study would probably be the next logical step.
Okay. Why doesn't option 1B or 2 satisfy SB 1383 requirements? Aren't we still processing organics?
I can answer that, or the staff, maybe the town could answer it more directly. I'm happy to.
Yeah,
I think
Hillary,
Hillary,
there
go
are
ahead.
only certain uses of organics that qualify for use under SB 1383. So it has to specifically be used for generation of electricity, in this case, to qualify. Production of biochar or other uses, district heating, do not qualify under that law.
But with 1B, if that's that modular system that's going to fuel or charge up batteries for us to charge vehicles with, that doesn't qualify?
The reason that one doesn't qualify is because the way the law is written, you have to procure the feedstock from a licensed, permitted disposal facility. So you have to be actually physically diverting it from the landfill. Even if the material would otherwise go to the landfill and instead you take it to the air curtain burner, it doesn't qualify because it's the way the law is written. It's an unfortunate loophole.
So in order to satisfy that requirement, we have to pay to dump it and then pick it up.
Correct.
Okay, and that makes it ineffective because it's only $30,000 at least at this point, right? Okay.
Correct. And that is a topic that we have talked to the state about as a concern. At this point, there hasn't been interest at the state level in making any changes to that.
Okay. All right. And so with the other two processes, we have 1/3 and 1/4 of those 13,000 bone-dry tons per year that we would still have to pay for disposal, right? So there's that cost analysis too, that not only are we not, if we utilize one of those, there's still that cost to account for.
Correct, and that fuel cost is built into the economic models. Again, that's the $10 a bone dry ton. That was the unit price that we sort of worked out in cooperation with both North Star and with the folks at ERL. We landed on the $10.
Okay, and so that 9 to 10,000 additional bone dry tons, the cost of that disposal is all calculated into these. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Well, actually, the way the models work is this is sort of the baseline is the business as usual case. This is what we're doing today, and then the model contemplates the incremental increase or decrease from that. So we're not explicitly counting the other 9,000 in disposal. We're saying, because everything's framed as either a savings or an additional cost compared to the baseline or the business as usual, if that makes sense.
Okay, and so back to the business as usual, where we are leaving 46% of our fuel on the ground, producing methane and carbon emissions. If we were to, and then 11% of it we are pile burning, which is very impactful to our air quality. So if we were to add those things back into the equation of how much material we need to pay to dispose of, we are more than doubling that 13,000 bone dry tons, right? And then we would be more than doubling our $560,000 a year in disposal costs. So what I'm just trying to, is that accurate? Am I on the right path there?
I guess in a sense, yes. That 43%, 6%, 3% that's being left. Yeah. So there's no disposal cost associated with that yet. So if we were to recover all that material and take it to ERL, yes, that number would go much higher.
Okay, and I just want to make that point because what we're talking about here is a solution for a fraction of what we actually have in our ore system to process and deal with. So, last question. David or Drew, are either one of you aware of any type of contract services or opportunities for contract services to manage a facility like this?
You mean so like an operator managing a boiler plant, that sort of thing?
Right. And, manage it, maintain it, deal with the carbon credits or whatever it is we're going to do. Manage all that.
I can answer that, and Drew, you can chime in. On the carbon credit side, that is sort of a separate thing, and it would almost certainly be something that you would want the town or the partners would want to outsource to someone that does that. In fact, after the study was delivered, I had a conversation with someone at Oregon Biochar Solutions, which was on that chart. They're currently the largest producer of these biochar credits in the U.S. And it can take a year to get your project certified. These things have to go through a life cycle analysis to say, okay, this material coming out of your plant does sequester 2.51 tons of carbon per ton of biochar. And there's a pretty rigorous protocol for that process. And then once your project is certified, then you can sell credits into these markets. So I would say that you're probably looking at outsourcing all of that, and they would charge 30% of the value of the credits to do that, for example. On the other side, the operating the plants for 1A and for 2, these are pretty low touch systems. So especially the boiler plant, the modeling, which is in the appendices, I think, of the report. Yeah, we're talking about an hour and a half a day of labor on that plant because it's basically a fully automated plant. You're taking delivery of fuel, you're checking on things daily. But it's automated, and it's got alarm systems and SCADA systems that you can monitor in real time from wherever. And then even the pyrolysis plant, it's a half a day. It's a 4-hour a day labor requirement. So you could probably outsource that or contract that out if need be. But I don't think these are not the kind of high technology things, particularly 1A, where a typical operations person that works for the Public Works Department probably could easily operate one of these systems.
And just to add to that, we have had conversations with at least one forestry company, logging company that is interested in operating air curtain burners that would take on the entire operation, sorting materials and running an air curtain burner.
Okay, good to know. That's it for me. Thank you.
Just a few questions. So on recommended action, directing staff to pursue opportunities to partner, blah, blah, blah. I had asked in previous questions, were we aware of any other partners at this time? And at this time, we're not aware of other partners besides the ones listed here. So I guess if we directed you to partner, are you thinking it would be to work with the ones already outlined, or would it be to seek out other partnerships?
I think those are the most obvious ones to us at the moment, although there's a lot of conversations happening in the region around various biomass facilities. So I think our intention would be to kind of keep an ear on those conversations and see if a partnership opportunity came about.
Got it. Thank you. And on the theme of partnerships and regional feedback, I was just curious. I know there's the North Tahoe Truckee Biomass Task Force, the Climate Transformation Alliance. I didn't know if this report was discussed in either of those venues, and if there was any feedback that would be interesting for us to hear.
Yeah, that's a great question. David, who attends those meetings, could probably speak to that.
Yeah, the North Tahoe task force meetings, I do attend those, and so we go kind of around the horn each month, and Mike Stoudemire is there, and he updates us on the North Star project, and Hillary and I have given updates on this project monthly, and then the Cabin Creek folks, the Placer County folks, giving an update on that project. So we're certainly coordinating, specifically on the feedstock piece and working with ERL, Mike and I and Mike's team, and we had many meetings with the folks, TTSD folks, to really drill into, what's the cost that we're looking at for fuel and that sort of thing. So there's a lot of coordination there. I met with, independently met with Placer County to talk about biochar and markets and that sort of thing, because they're looking at that. So in that front, we've definitely overlapped a lot. And Anna's been at those meetings as well, council member Klufstad, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. And I would also add that we just added a new member to the North Tahoe Truckee Biomass Task Force, and that's Sugar Bowl, as they are interested in that. We know of other organizations out there that are also interested in learning about our study and possibly doing smaller projects themselves. So they are out there, and we are working heavily to corral them. And as for Climate Transformation Alliance, actually, Mike Stoudemire of North Star Community Service District, in our pitch camp, he pitched "Wood is Good," and it won first place, and did an outstanding job really galvanizing the Climate Transformation Alliance around the need for not just his project in this community, but multiple projects.
I do want to highlight, piggybacking off of David's comments about participating in the various conversations that are happening. We were very thoughtful, and David, to his credit, attends those meetings without being compensated for that, just to make sure that we are not double counting feedstock, and we're very aware of the multiple conversations happening in the community, and we're not overlapping them, and we're really trying to find a complementary solution. So I appreciate David doing that. That wasn't part of his scope, and he volunteered to participate.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's it.
I just have maybe one question. Is there, and I don't know if this is for Drew or for David, are either of these three, what would be considered the most technologically advanced? What would be considered sort of the most off, just ready to go? Is there one? Are they all equal? Like they're all equally ready to go type of thing?
No, I would say for sure option 2 is pushing the edge of technology a little bit more. But I say that it's all relative because there are many pyrolysis plants making biochar in Europe. This is in its own way a tried and true technology, but has not been deployed nearly as extensively in the U.S. And it is a little bit more of sensitive technology, I guess you'd call it. The boiler plant is very cut and dried, and the air curtain burner, I think the challenge there is almost all operational. I have a colleague that's visiting literally tomorrow to the biocharger system. There's an option 1B that's being put to use in Kern County. It's being commissioned right now. I have a colleague that's going down to check it out. I'll have videos probably to look at by Friday of that system. So that's the first one in California. So theoretically, if that one works, then that one is ready to go kind of off the shelf, that modular thing. But I think 1A and 1B are both pretty robust technologies at this point. 2 is probably the most novel.
And you said 2 is what was going in Kern County?
Sorry, option 2 being the pyrolysis plant. The biochar.
The biochar.
Yeah, the air curtain burner and the boiler are the ones that are the most well understood.
Great. Cool. No further questions from me at this time. Let's open it up to public comment. Any member of the public, come on up. You've been waiting patiently. Thank you. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. State your name, the usual deal.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mayor, Councilwoman, and men. Mike Stoudemire, GM, North Star Community Services District. We're kind of like a little town operating way on the other side of the county line here in the Martis Valley. And we've been at this for a while, so I just wanted to kind of share a little bit of perspective as to maybe why we're involved and maybe why you might be considering this if you've forgotten, because, as a town, you don't really think about, what to do with wood on a general basis. And as a community service district, we're the same thing. But so after the Angora fire, we hired a forester and started chasing grants to start thinning out the forest and managing the watersheds within our community. And since then, we've done over 2,000 acres of remediation in and around the North Star community, and still a lot more to do. We also have an aggressive defensible space program under our fire department, where we go through half the properties within the community each year, inspect them, and we have the curbside programs. We passed a parcel tax, much like Truckee's Measure T. Ours is called Measure U. It's a 10-year, $219 per parcel tax that cares and feeds the forest management program. But what we've seen over the year, especially with the Loyalton plant shutting down, is that the cost of treatment per acre, which used to be in $1,000, $1,500 range, is now creeping up $4,000, $5,000 or more, in large part due to the disposal costs associated with getting rid of the wood. A lot of people ask, well, why can't you just leave the wood in the forest? We talk a lot about the greenhouse gas emissions associated with anaerobic decomposition from the material. It's also not the healthiest thing to start building up what, in some treatment areas can amount to 6 or 12 inches of wood chips. It feels like a playground in some cases. Some permits don't allow you to do that. And also, it doesn't come without risk. You're running heavy machinery through the woods. In fact, one of the only fires our fire crews put out last year was a fire sparked by a mechanical mastication on top of Brockway Summit. Luckily, it happened on the right day and didn't spread beyond an acre, but it doesn't come without both a risk with fire as well as just kind of a menace to the forest floor and whatnot. So we try to get out what we can for a lot of reasons. That fuel, even if it's on the ground, it still can burn. And so we get out what we can, but everybody's doing it now. So you got the power lines, you got the right-of-ways, you've got the defensible space, you've got the large tracts of land, the fuel breaks. And, the studies that we've been doing or been part of with the task force, the estimates are anywhere from 40 to, am I out of time? You guys need to?
You could take 2 more minutes.
Okay. Could be up to 100,000 bone dry tons a year that is generated within 30-mile radius of where we are. And so with that, the outlets for the material have dissipated with Loyalton closing. And so, the material, if they can get paid $34 a bone dry ton, that's the break-even point to take to Rio Bravo or Honey Lake. That's where it goes. A lot of times those facilities aren't operating. So where does it go? It goes to landfill down to Lockwood, or it goes to compost, both at expensive tipping costs. So that's created a scenario where we're paying as much as garbage to get rid of the material. Back east, where they have a very functioning wood energy economy, they go into the forest just to mine the wood for these types of plants, these community scale biomass plants, and they're paying $62 a bone dry ton. And here we are treating it like garbage. If we can avoid it, we get 34 a ton. And so, the analysis shows that we can bring that break-even point down to $10 a ton and pay that, and factor that into our thing. So, to the extent that I can drill into one piece of the staff report where it talks about 1A or 2 wouldn't create a new or more cost-effective green waste disposal alternative, I think it does. It's definitely a new one, and it is cost-effective if you can keep the prize in mind, which is actually lowering the cost of biomass disposal in as environmentally friendly and efficient way as possible, in terms of the climate and whatnot. But ultimately, what we're trying to do is put more resources that are limited back into the forest and get the wood out, because what we don't want is more mega fires. Dixie Fire alone close to 40 metric tons of carbon emissions in just a couple of days, really. 2020, we saw over 100 metric tons statewide. So that's what we're really focusing on. And, I encourage and thank you guys for taking the mental beating that you are with Dave's report, hearing all these numbers to wrap your brains around to try to solve that. And we're a resource for you. We're a little bit further down the road and hope to have something operating before too long for folks to come and see. But I encourage you to keep doing. And, these bullets, the second two, really are super important, keeping engaged in the community and participating. And because it is evolving and it takes, we did our feasibility study back in 2019. So here we are. Close to 5 years later, just on the verge of implementation. So it takes a while to get to what makes sense. So I encourage you to keep at it, even if you don't find that silver bullet tonight.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Any other public comment on this item? If you have any more public comment after Rolf, please get on up there and be ready.
Yeah, don't walk as fast as I used to. Rolf, good on again. I'm just coming from a place of just kind of fog in this thing. Just several thoughts. One, I was wondering about the char creation and sound. Oh, this sounds like the old style charcoal ovens that have been used around the West for years and years. Wondered what the difference is. That costs nothing to do. No technology. Anyway, there's also there were some articles in paper or something about some plants that are going to make some kind of pellets to sell overseas or something. In my mind and other people that I interact with, there seems to be a lot of confusion. There was a big talk a few years ago about the plant at the ERL. There was a lot of controversy about that and the emissions, and I think it might be really helpful to get some good community output from you guys in terms of what's going on here with all this, because there's a lot of people who are really concerned again about the environmental effects of the pollutants that come from all this, and that's been around for a long time, and the prevailing winds and all that sort of thing. So and then with this other information about these pellet producing bioplants, I'd love to see some clarification about just what's going on here. Seems to be several. We're doing it, I guess, to take care of our own generated biomass, and North Star is doing it for theirs. And then there's these other plants. And so anyway, I'd like to get some more clarification on just what all is going on and how it works. And I think it'd be really helpful to get something in the Moonshine Inc. or somewhere. Thank you.
Thanks, Rolf. Any other public comment on this item? Great. Closing public comment, and we will bring it back to council for deliberation. Like to hear from everybody, and if there's any opposition to the actions in front of us and how folks would like to move forward. Vice Mayor Zabriskie started off with questions, so I'd like to hear your opinions on next steps. If you're ready. If not, we can move to somebody else.
Bring up this mic.
We certainly can. The smiley faces are by far and away my favorite slide of this presentation.
Settle
so easy.
Settle it a little here.
So easy.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm happy to jump in.
Go ahead.
Mike, thank you so much for your comments. That gives me a little bit of reassurance about that you started in 2019, and I know because I sit on those task force meetings, you are going to break ground on this on your facility this spring, and yeah, with a little luck and funding, and that is a long time. And so I just, temper my enthusiasm a little bit because I'm kind of like, why can't we build this next year? I know it takes time to make sure we do it right, and thank you, Rolf, for your comments and expressing the fact that much like we're doing with the river revitalization, clearly there's some public outreach we need to do to clarify that the article in the Sierra Sun was talking about a very different facility and a very different process, and nothing that the town or this task force has been informed of or is partnering on. So that is something that is kind of floating out there, and we will certainly take into consideration whatever quantities or materials they think they are going to be able to utilize should they be successful in moving this forward. But as Mike said, we have over 100,000 bone dry tons of fuels just in this 30-mile radius to deal with, and this is perpetually. These trees keep growing, and we are going to need to keep doing this perpetually. I am really excited about the partnerships that have been involved in this project, and there have been many, and it's really encouraging to hear that we've been reaching out to our agency partners that would permit this and that they are supportive in finding a path forward with anything that we find to best solve our problems. And I really want to make sure that we keep those critical partners engaged. I think that's another strong message that I share with you, Mike, that there's momentum here and we really want to keep this going. And the main reason for me to continue to pursue this project is because it is one of our best paths forward in reducing risk of catastrophic fire in our community, and for decades to come. We need to do this now to really manage this well into the future. And it has the co-benefit for our entire community if we can actually be successful in developing a better, consistent, year after year management of our fuels, that we could produce some, or have the co-benefit of maybe we stop having such a difficult time getting insurance, and we can keep our homes, and that would be a key component of success, I believe. As Dave and Drew pointed out in the presentation, it satisfies 3 of our council priorities: the emergency preparedness, environmental sustainability, and then key infrastructure and community character. And I would also even say that it supports our housing goal, because we need to make sure we keep all of our housing. Even if a portion of Truckee burned, our housing crisis would get that much more significant. And the choice here before us today isn't necessarily, I don't think, binary in terms of we have to choose one to move forward. Clearly, I don't think we have all the information that we need to make that final decision. And what I think we as a council, it would probably benefit the process, correct me if I'm wrong, Drew or Mr. Featherman, but we're looking at what are the primary goals that we want to satisfy, because anything we do here is going to potentially increase our fuels management and reduce our wildfire risk. That fuels management and what we do with it, as Mike Stoudemeyer just described, the success of being able to do that economically means we need to reduce the cost of green waste disposal. All of these have the opportunity of potentially impacting that. And we need to do that because the cost of our disposal is going up. We were at 230% since 2018. And that's kind of thanks to our own doing, we have a very successful Measure T, and we have multiple fuels reduction programs and a very successful green waste program. So we're contributing to those costs. Greenhouse gas reductions being one of our primary goals, but as we just dove deep into with the methane gas production, and that 46% of our disposal in our, the way the business as usual is contributing to that. The possibility of carbon sequestration is something that we talk a lot about in the Climate Transformation Alliance, and it is going to be a key component to our region being able to meet net zero. So that's a very exciting potential for me as one of the options. And then possible offsetting of operational costs and fuel use is fantastic. Looks like we're very limited on our SB 1383 opportunities, but I have hope that we could, down the line, help them see that this is actually managing some organics that they are trying to target. So ultimately, with each of these, like option 2 looks great. For a lot of reasons, but I'm a little uncertain about the biochar market, and but it sounds like the carbon offset market could really balance that out. I'd like what option 1A because the microgrid potential, I think that's really cool, and I think our community would really latch on to that. But it's very expensive and has a really long payback, and we don't really have it. It's also something that is better fit for a new building, so maybe like the mobility hub or something like that. So that's why I would support the one recommendation that we keep these in mind for future projects. I think that's a perfect opportunity for that one. I really like option 1B. I want to continue to pursue ways to look at that. I thought that was pretty straightforward solution until I heard that it wasn't really going to work for the public service center. So looking at site options and trying to figure out how to best manage that, because it really does take care of at least that 13,000 bone-dry tons that we are extracting. It's not going to affect the other 16 or so thousand bone-dry tons that we're either leaving on the floor or we're burning in piles, but it gets to that. It at least gets to that. And it would eliminate ours and the fire district's dependence on the wood disposal costs, which I feel like is one of our biggest risk factors right now. Sitting on that task force, we talk about disposal costs every single meeting, and we are all trying to crack that nut, and it's not going to get any better. And this a 6-year payback is phenomenal, and I would say it's probably going to be less than that, with the costs keep going up. So with that, I'm in full support of all the recommendations, but I would like to add. I think because it already is in our work plan, to continue there is a project in our work plan to continue this. So I would like that to continue and go on to looking at citing any of these three. Like I think 1B would be perfect at the mobility hub, and start looking at citing options for the other as kind of a next phase in development of this. And then additionally, I'd really like to understand more what our opportunities are for contract services for this. One of the things that I thought of in reading this report is, and trying to solve that, let's take care of SB 1383 at the same time as well. Wherever we cite this, it seems to me like that could possibly be a good cohabitation with a food digester that then would satisfy SB 1383. So maybe some co-siting and economies of scale and efficiencies of operations could be looked at for that. So with that, I'm very supportive of that. I'd like to hear if my council members are willing to also continue that staff time to look into these service contracts and possibly co-siding with the food digester. That the Climate Transformation Alliance and we're working on.
Councilmember, just to clarify, when you say mobility hub, I think you're referring to the new transit facility out at the courtyard versus the downtown mobility hub.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, didn't mean to confuse you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rumack.
Yeah. Would you mind going back to the actions? Really appreciate everything you said and all your work, Councilmember Clove said on this and sitting in on a lot of these meetings. So thank you. And I know you've spent a lot of time and energy and really appreciate that. And Mike, thank you as well. And congratulations on your upcoming retirement. You've done a lot of fantastic things for our community. So we really appreciate that. I did kind of wonder, this is back to a question maybe to staff. If we do recommended action, direct staff to pursue opportunities to partner on an air curtain burner, does that fit with Councilmember Klovstad saying looking into site selection, service contracts, or would that be above and beyond what was being contemplated in this action?
I think it's beyond what we were contemplating in that action. You could clarify that to include that if that was your direction.
So this action would be more continuing to have discussions, participating in the task force and other opportunities. And if an opportunity arose or somebody started talking about a site, then we'd be ready to engage.
Correct.
Okay. Appreciate that. Yeah, more insight. Yeah, this was a very interesting read. I had to go back multiple times to reread what I've read because it got technical, but I appreciate all the work, again, that everybody put into this. I think at this time, I'm more comfortable going with staff's thought and kind of being prepared to jump on another option, but not dedicating a lot of additional staff time on site selection or service contracts. I think this is great. We have this feasibility study. We have this menu of options, but I'm not ready to order the dish off the menu yet because it just seems like the site that was studied for the air curtain burner doesn't fit with what we were thinking. It would just be better to understand what other partners are out there doing and how we could play into it. So I feel like I would rather go in staff's direction. I do definitely think we should continue to evaluate incorporating biomass into future town building projects. I think, you know, if we knew all of this when we designed the public service center, then it would be a different conversation. So making sure that we're thinking about this as we're developing future town facilities, and then definitely partnerships and how we can participate in a potential ERL biomass project or others. I would encourage us to continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
I'm in favor of staff's recommended action because it maximizes the amount of material that could be processed. It has the lowest capital cost. It has the quickest payback. If we look at the community benefit, the operational income, if you will, exceeds the operational costs, even though those costs include hiring of 2 people. It should lower the greenways fees for our residents, so they should see a benefit directly. And it sounds more portable than the other 2 options. If we can evolve into even more aggressive, more expansive biomass conversion, this would be the easiest project to retire or sell off to another community. So for all those reasons, I'd like to see us proceed. It also seems like the one that it could come online the quickest. So that's why I'm embracing staff's recommendation, subject to what the rest of you have to pick apart.
No, I agree with you for many of those. Did you want to add anything else? Are you good?
Yeah.
But I think I agree with you for a lot of the reasons that you just said. In addition to the reason why I even asked the one question that I did on, just the technology behind some of the production, I think what option 2 sort of would be my second choice, mostly for the exact same reasons. I look at the financial pro formas. I'm looking at the CapEx and the OpEx in the same way that 2 would be my second choice, I think. And looking at that over time would actually decrease costs as that technology improves, as it becomes more accepted in the US, as we see other things like that come online. So that's potentially why I was looking at that, and support staff's recommendation moving forward for right now, and looking at more sort of micro opportunities as they arise. I think North Star is a great example. We have other sort of whether or not they're as progressive as North Star is, but we have Tahoe Donner, we have Donner Summit and Sugar Bowl, we have some of these other sort of more miniature opportunities to enable something like this. And I think that is, potentially like to prove concept and to get the community to understand what's going on. And I think that's sort of another big obstacle. I accept everything you've brought to this conversation and love your level of knowledge. And I think a siting study is just premature, unfortunately, right now. And I get worried about, does that actually detract from what we're trying to do in the long term by moving something like that forward without, hearing, or just even educating in our community. And I continue to feel like that's part of one of the ways that we're so far ahead, that we're having presentations like this. And I would just venture a guess that 99% of our community would look at us like, what are you guys even talking about out there? And that's just my guess. But I feel like we would be ahead of the support that we would have to move something like that forward right now, just based on what I've been seeing. So I'm also in agreement with the recommended action in front of us. It sounds like we do have a majority on that front. Do we need an actual action here?
I have one other question.
Please
for
do.
Staff.
Yeah.
So in your responses to our questions, you directed us to the work plan, where we have Goal 8, Biomass Project. So this is 8.1, complete the biomass facility study. So we're going to consider that complete at this point after this presentation and this acceptance?
That's correct.
Okay. And then we have 8.2, project development for potential biomass facility as determined by the biomass feasibility safety study, safety and noise element, and climate action plan. So that would be the next step. And what would staff's recommendation for when we would execute on that step?
I'm pulling that up right now. I think the way that that's phrased in terms of when we developed this was pending the outcome of this. So I think some of that depends on what your direction is tonight.
Okay, because it says fiscal year 24, 25, so I would expect that to be in the next work plan.
Well, it says, the narrative says pending the outcome of the biomass feasibility study and the direction from council. So I think we were anticipating you would give us some direction to move forward
on one
with
of
an
them.
option, and if not, we would say considered complete or on hold or whatever that alternative may be.
Okay, so I think all I'm trying to get to with the rest of my council members is this is fine. It's obviously not everything that I want. I just want to point out that we do have another commitment that we all agree to in our general plan, in both the safety and noise element and the climate action plan. And I want to make sure we don't forget about that. And I want to make sure that that comes back to us, or, the updates from how the process goes and construction goes for North Star, and if these other partner agencies actually execute on a system, small, large, whatever, that information is in a continual feedback loop, and then eventually we anticipate and we are working towards initiation of this 8.2 goal.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, 3 of the 4 bullets on our screen in front of us are about continuing to do something. And I think that just because as we've all been in a lot of these conversations, I mean, things come in and out of the work plan, and we will continue to talk about them, and we will continue to prioritize them and put timelines on them. And we're not talking about the work plan right now. We'll obviously do that when we do that at our quarterly work plan updates. And, that will be the opportunity to really, understand what those next steps are in a more concrete basis and allow staff time to process what their next steps are going to be with regards to 3 of the 4 bullets here, which continue to say evaluate, consider, pursue opportunities. So I think it's very clear that it stays in the work plan in some core sense. And we have to give staff some time to understand what they're going to come back to us with and how we take that from the work plan and move it through whatever 8.2 comes to be. So I think I hear you. I can't speak for anybody else, obviously. And I think that your concerns should be are realistic, and I think that they'll continue to be part of the conversation. And I think short of anything else, we're not here to do that tonight, unfortunately. So I hope that you're comfortable with that. I agree, it's not exactly what you wanted, obviously, but there's clearly direction to continue. There is no direction to cease all conversations about biomass. That is not the direction we are providing tonight. Gotcha. And we are all on the record saying that with 3 out of the 4 bullets in front of us. So,
right. And I just want to make sure that this is not getting dropped from the work plan. It will continue to be in the work plan. It will just be not updated.
It is in the minutes to evaluate, consider, and pursue opportunities. So all 3 of these 4 bullets will ensure that it lives on in some capacity.
We just don't know on what time frame.
Correct.
Yeah, and that'll come back to us at a work plan conversation.
That's correct.
Yeah. So do you need any type of action?
Well, we do need to clarify something.
Please.
That Drew pointed out. The partnership on the air curtain burner in and of itself doesn't mean that we'd only be looking for a partnership for the type of air curtain burner that was displayed in this report in terms of charging. So it could simply just be the air curtain burner, no charging component to that. Yep. We wouldn't necessarily be dictating that to the partners. So just wanted to make sure that was very clear.
Yeah. I think we're good on that. So we have received study and we have directed staff. So you should have the direction you need at this point, and there's no formal action that needs to be taken.
I think we're good. Yep, we're good.
Great. Okay. Let's take a 6-minute break this time. We will reconvene at least according to my clock, at 8:42, and we'll get right back. That clock's different. That clock's, I don't know, 2 minutes ahead. All right, we are back. Item 7.3, we have a public hearing to consider 2024 Development Code updates, and there are a lot of them. So I will let Laura go through it, and I won't read every single one. Go for it. Thank you. Welcome, Laura.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We have 8 discussion topics tonight for development code updates and then some cleanups. So I'm going to walk through the discussion items and then we'll go a little more quickly through the cleanups since those are more minor. So the first amendment that we're proposing is to change the permit requirements for changes of use within an existing structure. Currently, if the building's over a certain size, it triggers a development permit even if no other entitlements would require planning commission review for the project. So we're recommending that that be changed to a zoning clearance so we could just do that at the staff level. There was a recent project for Bar of America where they expanded into the adjacent tenant space, and that was an example of a change of use that was an existing permitted building and needed to go to planning commission. There was some feedback that it would be nice to streamline that kind of project. So we are proposing that change, which is 18.06040. Second topic is trailhead parking. We don't currently have a use in the code to address this, but we've had some interest from different groups, whether it's an HOA or other organizations, about potentially being able to build parking for trailheads or other recreational areas on private property. This would be different than the parking in the right-of-way. So what we're proposing is to allow this as a permitted use if it's a PF or rec zone. And then if it's a different zone, and operated by, or if it's operated by a different entity than a public agency, then it would be a use permit. So it'd have a little bit higher level of public review. So that code amendment would change the allowed use tables, and we'd add a definition for trailhead parking to the code. So this would be those sections. Third one is retaining walls. We currently require a variance for walls that are over 6 feet in height. We've had some instances where we've, yeah, you like that picture? We don't want to see that. Where the 4 foot height for driveways and driveway structures that are in a front yard setback, we think that there could be cases where the town engineer should have discretion to allow a taller retaining wall if it's needed to provide that kind of access to a parcel on a steep lot. So we're proposing to give the town engineer that discretion to approve the additional height without going through the variance process. So that would be amending a few different sections that talk about retaining walls. Next is downtown parking. We currently have a minor use permit requirement for different types of parking plans, whether it's building parking within the right-of-way or just doing an off-site parking management plan. And since all of the changes with state law, we oftentimes can't require parking now for projects downtown. So if a project proponent wants to voluntarily build parking, we are trying to make it easier for them to be able to do that. And so our suggestion is to make that a staff level review instead of requiring it to go to the zoning administrator, to make that a little more streamlined. And then it would require town engineer approval if it's something in the public right-of-way. So that's amendments to section 1848110. Next is the home occupation section. We have existing standards for a standard home occupation and then for sort of bigger home occupations that have potentially more impacts that could be approved through a minor use permit. The current language doesn't make it clear that the requirements for the standard permit still apply if you're doing the minor use permit, so we wanted to clean that up and just mirror those standards in both sections. So that's section 1858120. Next is detached living areas. So these are areas on a property that are intended to be for living space that's for a member of the family or a guest that's staying not for paid purposes. So it could be a home office or a bedroom, something like that. We currently allow detached living areas that are up to 50% the size of the main dwelling and either 800 square feet or 1,200 square feet if it's a acreage parcel, which is similar to what we allow for accessory dwelling units. Junior accessory dwelling units are limited to 500 square feet. So to encourage the construction of ADUs, what we're recommending is to change the maximum size for the detached living areas to be a little bit smaller, which would hopefully incentivize people to actually build more ADUs if they want to have a larger living area on their property that's separate from the main house. A lot of jurisdictions in California are doing that with various different sizes that they're looking at. There's other restrictions that they put in place, like not allowing full bathrooms, not allowing any kind of wet bars and things like that. So our recommendation was to have a maximum size of 500 square feet, which would just be similar to a junior ADU. And then if someone wanted to have a larger unit, they would need to put in cooking facilities so that it could be used as independent living space. The Planning Commission had a split vote on that particular item. Two of the commissioners felt that that would preclude a property owner from being able to use their property the way they might want to. The third commissioner was in favor of reducing the size. So what our recommendation tonight is for you to consider both recommendations from staff and the commission. If you think that a smaller size for a detached living area could be appropriate, but you think the 500 square feet is too restrictive, then you could consider a different size. In the council questions, there was one question about what different jurisdictions are doing, so we included a whole list with all the research that one of our staff members had done. So you could go with something like 750 square feet. That would still be smaller than an ADU, but allow a little bit more flexibility. And our idea behind that is that even if it's not used as a long-term rental in the short term, it could eventually convert to provide additional housing options. So our recommendation would be to approve the amendments to that section proposed by staff. Next item is food trucks. We have existing regulations in the code for the 6-hour time limit. It has to be on a private property with owner consent, and it can't interfere with pedestrian or vehicular access, and it has to comply with environmental health requirements. So we're asking for some clarifications. Right now it says a food truck can only operate in one area, which is pretty vague, so we wanted to specify that that's per parcel, and that when it's not in use, it could be stored on the same property, because right now how it's written, you have to physically remove it from the site after 6 hours. So there was some interest with one of our local food trucks of being able to store it on the same property that they operate on when it's not in use. And then the third change was an engineering division requirement about the paved parking surfaces. And that's because we have requirements for our stormwater permit that we have to have vehicles on paved areas. And there was one edit that the Planning Commission requested, which was just to clarify the storage requirements that we were proposing. So that was included in your resolution. So that would be amending chapter or section 1862030 and the definitions chapter. And the final discussion topic is demolition review. We have standards for the demolition of historic resources in the code. Right now, they don't really provide flexibility for a demolition. And I guess it would be a partial demolition where you're just removing a portion of the structure, but not the entire structure. So the findings are pretty difficult to make. And we've had situations with the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission where people have wanted to remove a portion of the structure. HPAC felt that it was appropriate, but there wasn't really a path to do that because the findings are so difficult. So the first update we were proposing was to allow some community development director discretion for those types of projects, as long as it's not removing a portion of the building that's a significant feature and it's consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. So that would be the first part of this. And then the second part is the enforcement standards. This is something else that the Historic Preservation Commission has had some interest in us looking at. This is specific to illegal demolition of a historic structure. We have some requirements there in the code that include fines and jail time, and then requiring the structure to be rebuilt, prohibiting the establishment of new uses on the site for 5 years. And it's not very clear in the code how any of those are actually enforced. So the other issue we've run into is that once a structure has been demolished, there's not a way to make the findings to allow a demolition because it's supposed to go through this process. And once it's already been demolished, we can't go through the process. So we wanted to come up with a way to deal with that type of situation.
The Planning Commission had some edits that they wanted us to make to that section. One was they wanted a steeper fee for an illegal demolition. They wanted it to be up to half of the appraised value at the time the structure was demolished. They wanted to add some language about the requirements to clean up the site if an illegal demolition occurs, add some clarifying language about the reconstruction of the historic resource. And then because they were in favor of the higher fee, they were also in favor of keeping the current 5-year moratorium on new uses on the site. So we made all of those changes in the draft resolution for you tonight. So our recommendation is to approve the proposed amendments with the modifications from the Planning Commission. And we have a lot of cleanups. So I'm not going to go through all of these because it's getting late. We can circle back on any of these if you have questions. There was one that the Planning Commission asked for an edit to, which was the bed and breakfast inns. They wanted it to be specific that it could either be a resident of the property who has to live there or they could have an on-site manager. So we made that edit based on their feedback. And there's a lot more cleanups. So the Planning Commission recommendation was to introduce the ordinance and approve the amendments with the modifications that they specified, finding it to be exempt from CEQA. The only difference between the staff recommendation and the commission's was the size of the detached living areas, which we're still asking you to consider having a smaller size for those. And then once we get through this round, we'll be bringing back to you next time our first round of general plan implementation code updates. Thank you. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Very efficient. Appreciate that. I think there's probably a few questions. Councilmember Romack, you got a few?
Yeah, I'll be quick. On ADUs, is 750 square feet, staff said, could do that size limit if we wanted to go bigger than 550 or 500. Isn't 750, with ADUs, there's something where if it's under a certain size, you don't have to pay certain fees or something like that. What size is that, and can you remind me?
So I think that's when it's if it's under 800 square feet and it's a detached structure, that's when you get the additional reduced setbacks and things like that. I think that it's exempt from the fees if it's an attached ADU as well. So I think there's a couple different things in the state law.
And I guess I just want to make sure if we're trying to incentivize ADUs, that, we're not setting it the same. I guess I'm thinking if up to 750 for ADUs is the trigger to get some of these great benefits, then I would think we'd want it less than that.
There might be something in our impact fees that.
Is that what I'm thinking of? I apologize in this.
Becky, do you know?
I know the school district waives fees for anything under 500 square feet.
Okay, maybe it's 500, I'm thinking of. Okay.
It's 500.
Okay, sorry.
I believe it is 750 for waiver for the fees. We can look that up.
Okay, that would be great. On the food trucks, so with the additional little cleanup, it was saying a food truck could operate in one spot for 6 hours, and then it could close and just stay on that property and then operate for 6 hours again the next day and wouldn't have to move.
Yeah, the idea is that it would move to a different part of the property or it would be screened, so it's not in one location permanently. So it's still mobile, but if it moved behind the building, for example, then they could bring it back out the next day without having to take it to a different property.
And just to clarify on that, because that was my question, that you didn't put that in the content of the staff report. Is that more specifically called out in the actual code change? Because when I was reading on page 215, you didn't, I remember reading the exact same comment, but I feel like that's not called out in the staff report.
In terms of moving,
so basically operation and then having, it can't just close and
Yeah.
leave it there. You have to move it
So we
some
added-
indiscriminate number of distance.
Yeah, we actually added some language because the Planning Commission thought that it wasn't clear enough what we were saying there. And unfortunately, the printed copy, it is really hard to read. And it says, when it's not in operation, the food truck may be stored, I believe it says on the same parcel, as long as it's in a different location on the parcel that's screened from public view. So usually they're out in front where you obviously would, get business from people passing by. So there could be other ways to screen it, I suppose, aside from moving it behind a building.
Do we allow screening on non-public parcel, on like a private property? I thought we didn't allow actual screening on commercial properties.
Like a fence, you mean?
Yeah, like if it's on the frontage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't
I mean,
we
most of the
discourage
time,
screening?
Well, we allow screening for things like, trash areas and things like that.
Right.
I don't think anyone would necessarily build a structure to screen this. It's probably easier to just move it behind the building. The two occasions where this came up, it would work to move it behind the building for the ones that had expressed interest in this particular option.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then one of the cleanup amendments was around childcare facilities. And I think it clarifies that a commercial daycare facility could operate in a residential zone as long as it's the primary residence. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's some nuances with the state definitions, and we wanted to make sure you weren't either precluding a smaller daycare in a commercial zone or a commercial one in a residential zone that would exceed maybe what the home occupation or the home daycare would allow, because there's a limit of kids. We thought a larger one could make sense as long as it still has a residential component.
Yes. Thank you. That's fantastic, because I know there's a lot of daycare need in our community and there are a lot of residential daycares. So I appreciate that clarification. So this would allow those, if they were a commercial, they could potentially increase the amount of kids. Obviously, there's state requirements on teachers and facility size and whatnot, but could give more options. So thank you. Okay, that's it.
Councilmember Romack, can I answer your ADU question?
Of course.
You were correct in your memory that 750 is a cutoff. So ADUs below 750 square feet, in other words, 749 or below, there is no town impact fees, school fees, fire fees, park and rec fees. So there is a significant reduction in fees for that size limit.
But
Thank you.
But there would be fees for a non-ADU, the piece that whatever it was called.
Detached living
area. Thank you. Yeah. There are fees for that if it was not part of the original building permit.
Yes, but to build on what Hillary was saying too, the under 750 square foot ADU applies whether it's an addition or detached. The one distinction that we have is if you're doing what's called a dwelling conversion, so you're taking a portion of your existing residence and converting it, then it's 500 square feet or less. That's where I think the 500 came from.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klostad.
So really, we have jail time for illegal demolition?
We're proposing to take that out
Yes.
because we don't think we would ever actually do that.
Okay, and good to know. I think all of those changes are really appropriate, particularly the 5-year moratorium to disincentivize that. So my question is whether or not all of these same consequences apply to a partial collapse for an unsupported structure or an unmaintained structure?
Yeah, we consider that demolition by neglect. So it would still apply.
Fascinating. Okay. Okay, on to the food trucks. Would if a place wanted to have more than one food truck, they could get a special event permit or a special use permit, either of those, to do that?
So the special event permit currently allows people to have numerous food trucks. We would need to create a temporary use permit path to have multiple food trucks or to allow them for a little longer than the 6 hours. If the council had interest in having more flexibility, we could look at what that would look like.
Okay. And the 6-hour limit, that's in order to keep it in this temporary realm.
Yeah,
right?
I believe originally it was either 2 or 4 hours, and then we expanded it a few years ago to the longer time frame. So the idea is that, yeah, it's supposed to move, ideally,
Supposed to be
from location
temporary.
to location, yeah. And that's
But-
why it's an exemption versus requiring any kind of permit or anything for it.
Okay. I guess I'm just struggling with how we got there, and, you know, if the criteria is for it to still be temporary, well, 6 days or 6 weeks is still temporary, but, so how did we land on that? And how is that what we feel is really serving this market?
So that's the requirement that's been in the code. I'm not sure when it was originally put in the code for food trucks, but there has been this exemption for a long time. One thing that we haven't looked at is having a specific location where food trucks can go and operate. Some jurisdictions have that. We haven't ever explored that. And then having it operate under a normal temporary use permit, which typically allows up to 90 days per year. That could be an option if you have interest in allowing something to operate for longer periods of time. That would come with a permit, and we would have to look at the impacts of that, making sure there's restrooms and solid waste disposal, things like that. But that could be an option if you wanted us to explore that and bring it back.
Okay. That's an interesting option. Thank you. Dirt parking. I agree with engineering. You know, we really need to start eliminating that common practice in our community. But this happens a lot. It's like, you know, the farmers market and West End Beach and the regional park, and they're parking on the grass up at Tahoe Donner events. Maybe that's not considered the same, but is this new ordinance going to impact all those activities?
So all the events that happen through the rec district, they regulate those. And typically, if we did require a permit, things that happen that are those bigger events would be under the special events permit. I'm not sure, we may have done a temporary use permit for the farmer's market when it was over at the outlet mall, because that was on private property, but we don't do that for the one at the regional park, for example. So they're kind of their own entity when it comes to that. So they wouldn't have to follow this rule if they're managing their own event.
Oh, so the farmers market is managed by Parks and Rec?
If it's on the rec district property, yeah. So that would be the same thing with West End Beach.
Okay. So this ordinance doesn't apply to them because they're an agency? But if it's a private property owner, it applies to them?
Yeah, and if it was something that impacted the right-of-way, even if it was at the regional park, then we would still require a special event permit. So there are cases where we do require permits for things that happen on their property, but as far as I know, we've never required a temporary use permit or anything for the farmer's market that happens there.
Okay. Did staff find that other jurisdictions also require the towing vehicle attachment as a common practice or requirement?
So when we did some research on what the definition should be, because we did do some cleanups to the definition a few years ago, that was one of the definitions that was common to use, is that if it's a mobile vending unit, it either has to be sort of motorized or towed by a vehicle in order to be considered mobile.
So just in a equity frame or lens, how's that different from our mobile home parks? Because those aren't attached to towing vehicles. I'm just trying to make sure that we're applying all of our logic equitably.
I don't think we were necessarily comparing them to mobile homes. I mean, I guess theoretically a mobile home could move if it's...
Yeah, it's also supposed to be temporary. And
if it's not on
mobile.
a permanent foundation, which if it's in a mobile home park, it probably isn't.
Yeah. I'm struggling a little bit with that requirement in order to make sure that it's mobile. I think that's an odd connection when we're looking at it broadly. That's a commentary. Okay, and then lastly, some of staff's previous answers earlier indicated that there's a concern about impacts on other businesses by food trucks. So I'm assuming because we are a complaint-driven agency, we don't act on these things ourselves, so I suspect that there has been some complaints, but aren't there possibly also some situations where food trucks create some synergy with other businesses, and are we taking that into consideration in this ordinance?
So we have had complaints. We've also gotten feedback from some of the businesses, mostly downtown, that having food trucks that are not regulated would be an unfair advantage because they're paying to have a space downtown, and then food trucks are not having to pay the same overhead. So there is some concern among some of the business owners downtown about what the impacts of that would be. So I think if we were going to expand the program, we would definitely want to bring them into the conversation and give them a chance to, voice their concerns.
Both food trucks and
business
businesses
owners
that are
and
potentially
community
feeling
members.
competitive.
Yeah, get all the different perspectives. But I think that we do see benefit to having these, which is why we have an exemption and we don't charge fees and we don't require a permit. We want to create an opportunity, but we also want it to have some parameters.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
On the detached living area, I see staff's recommendation is to reduce the square footage for those living areas to 500 feet, but the Planning Commission said it wanted to keep them at 800 feet because they didn't want to further impact property rights.
Right.
Were the two commissioners who voted to keep it as is, were they any more specific other than generally protect property rights?
I mean, they thought there could be cases where, say you have a large acreage parcel and you want to have a large rec room that's separate from your house. That was one example they gave. And, we talked about the fact that 1,200 square feet is bigger than some houses in Truckee. But they thought that there should be that flexibility if a property owner wanted to have that as an option.
And the staff is recommending that we lower it to 500 square feet in order to promote the construction of more ADUs in line with what a number of other jurisdictions are doing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I still don't understand on the food trucks why it is we prohibit them on construction sites.
Well, the location requirements are that it has to be on a property with an established land use. So if it's a site that's under construction, then it wouldn't have a use yet. And they're probably, ideally these are on a site where there's access to restrooms and there's garbage cans and things like that. So that's part of the reason why we don't allow them on vacant properties.
Okay. But on a construction site, wouldn't they have some kind of restroom facilities? Don't we require porta potties or something like that on construction sites?
I don't know what the requirements are for porta potties.
You know, Andy?
We do require porta potties for most projects.
Yeah.
And don't they have an established use? Because if they're going with vertical construction, their use is defined at that point, isn't it?
Well, if you haven't gotten your C of O and actually occupied the building, then technically.
Okay. I've seen it so many other places. I was trying to find out if there really is. I'm still not hearing a practical reason, and I want to give you one more chance.
I mean, I would say that
come up with something.
we haven't had a lot of requests for that, for anyone to put their food truck on a construction site. So I think that's part of why we didn't delve deep into that, because we haven't seen that as a need that's been requested in the community. But I think a lot of the regulations that are in our development code that were in there before we started looking at those really try and put them in an area where they're already improved. And so a construction site isn't complete.
Are they prohibited in residential districts?
I'll let Laura answer that. But I think we decided yes, unless it was part of like a birthday party or, you know, something like where it was a one-off occasion.
Private event.
A private
that's allowed.
event.
Yeah.
Is HPAC okay with the demolition revisions?
Yes.
On the half-story reduction, going from 3.5 stories to 3 stories, I think in one of the response to one of the questions, it sounded to me like another way of solving this is to retain the 3.5 stories, but say an attic cannot be used as a living area.
So, yeah, it was already changed to the 3 stories. The planner that worked on the objective design standards, I talked with her about it, and her suggestion was if there's interest in allowing some additional height for an attic or mechanical space, then we could add language that specifically allows an additional, say, 5 feet for that additional story, but it would be non-habitable area.
Okay. Wait, so we're down, the height limits now are 3 feet, or excuse me, 3 stories instead of 3.5?
Yeah, that was changed with the objective design standards.
Okay. Was that pursuant to the general plan?
I believe we had to do the objective design standards because there was state requirements for us to have that in place. Danielle might know more about that.
Yeah, I mean, we needed to create the objective design standards, particularly for the residential, because of new state law requirements and our ability to help projects understand what type of construction is allowed within our community.
Yeah.
So we ended up doing that as early as we could in our process, I guess.
Okay, because I don't remember, so it wasn't in the general plan to reduce it from 3.5. I just remember we had.
No.
We were always doing 3.5 stories in the general plan.
No.
Okay, so one solution though would be to say we could modify it and add 5 feet for non-livable space, accomplishing what we had in the general plan. Okay.
Correct.
And then the last thing I think is, oh gosh, I guess that was it.
No problem. We can happily move on. My only question pertains to sort of a specific one on the food truck issue. If a food truck is part of the business, like it's owned by the same business, is that still considered a mobile food truck if that's where it lives?
The idea is that it's not just on the property permanently, that it would move.
But I mean, that's where it's like home is.
That's why we are proposing to allow it to be stored. Because right now, the way it's written, it says 6 hours and then it has to leave, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have to store it at a different location than where the business is.
So even if a food truck is like owned by the property owner and that is their primary vehicle, even, we are saying
that's how it's currently written.
That's how it's currently written.
Because we're proposing it to say it can only operate for 6 hours and then it can be stored. How it's currently written is it can't be located on a property
right
for more than 6 hours.
Got it.
And we've run into issues with trying to enforce that because, like you said, if the business owns it, it doesn't make sense to make them park it somewhere else.
Okay.
If there's an appropriate place on the site where they could put it.
Got it. Okay. That was a good clarifying question. Thank you. Sorry, I'm the mayor. I have to keep my microphone on. I thought I was just passing it right along. Seeing no other questions, we're good for the time being? Cool. Let's open it up to public comment. Step on up. Don't delay. Feel free to get in line. Make sure you hit the green button. State your name for the record, please. And the timer is to my left, your right. When it beeps, you are done. Take it away, Kenny.
Lots to say. All right.
Green button. No. Start again. Or it should be green. It's red. Make it green. There you go.
Okay, so is it
now
I'm on.
good.
Okay, it
Yeah.
went green to red. All right, so good evening, Truckee. My name's Kenny Blum. I'm the owner of Little Truckee Ice Creamery, the current food truck owner. I want to start by thanking the town staff and everybody here. I know how much you work tirelessly to make this town as great as it is. And I especially, by listening in tonight, appreciate how much patience you have, because there's a lot. Wow. Anyway, I do, however, have to ask that the council not approve or adopt the new code regulations, the food truck code, and to open it up to a public forum so that we could talk about it more with the participating businesses, like the other food truck owners here, to pave a path for creating a meaningful regulatory process for local food truck businesses moving forward. The current regulations are already very arbitrary and subject to various interpretation, which has led to some issues. Here is why I feel like we need to talk more about it. And these are just a few of the things that I've come across. First, the definition of a food truck is being interpreted by the town staff to include requiring a towing vehicle to stay attached during operations. I don't understand how this changes whether it's mobile or not anymore, or that it defines it as a food truck. Detaching the truck does not make the trailer permanent. It still has wheels and it can be attached in 5 minutes and rolled away. Second, the proposed changes would allow only one truck per location. This is new, and as far as I know, and where I'm feeling specifically targeted, because I just started operating with Mountain Lotus last year, and this is coming up new, so I feel like something's being targeted right at me and him together. We are out of the way. I don't think we created any extra traffic or waste. We have proper disposal. We had an outhouse and a bathroom, also an indoor bathroom within range. We offered plenty of parking, a nice place to sit along the creek. It was a great experience. Let's see. Next, the food trucks that operate on need to operate on the paved, commercially developed lot, or no parking on dirt allowed at all. Any realistic viable parking lot in town is not designated to accommodate the scenario, especially with a truck attached. As a side note, I support our parks, but the regional park does have a dirt lot that they have a lovely farmer's market at that I also support. I love the farmer's market. So equity here. A quick story. Oh man, am I already done? I have so much to say. Anyway,
you could
I can't believe that was only...
you could cede your time to some other commenter potentially.
Yeah.
Or you could just be finished. Yes.
I don't know how important this all is. I think you guys are getting the gist. I have a comeback for everything that's been mentioned tonight. But I want equity, and I want fairness and transparency. Anyway.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep going. Get on up there. Don't forget to state your name.
1 second, let me get my stuff together here. My name is Raymond Applegate. I run Mountain Lotus Catering. We have 3 different kitchens on the same property. We have one brick and mortar cafe that's approved by the Environmental Health Department as our commissary kitchen. We have a trailer mobile food facility as well as a 4x4 food truck. We go all around the Tahoe Basin. We're approved by the Environmental Health Department as a commissary. We've been approved to have our vehicle parked there as well. It seems our MFF businesses are being unjustly targeted, and the town is failing to recognize the benefits that food trucks bring to the Truckee community. I believe there's various Truckee town regulations regarding MFFs that exist, and some of the ones that are being proposed hurt small businesses as well as negatively affecting our tourism and the Truckee community as a whole. These regulations limit consumer choices and the variety of food available. California state legislation, such as Senate Bill 946 and Senate Bill 972, have made our state's stance on this issue very clear. Food trucks and street vendors should not be overregulated or criminalized because they bring immense value to the communities they serve. It's hard to imagine how the code changes proposed would improve public health or safety, and they appear to be protecting some businesses at the expense of others. Instead, I invite the town of Truckee to work with MFFs and street vendors to consider solutions that work for all businesses and the community as a whole, instead of enacting sweeping city ordinances which effectively ban our businesses from operating. If you agree, please consider standing with these other small businesses and myself in opposing these changes. I also just wanted to quickly address the unfair advantages claimed by restaurants in the downtown area. MFFs must pay a commissary kitchen that costs upwards of $10,000 plus per year. We must pay an insurance policy that costs upwards of $15,000 per year. We are already required to have a restroom verification for any operation of our mobile food facility. So we have to have a restroom, and we have to have that signed through the Nevada County Environmental Health Department. We need a seller's permit. We need a Nevada County environmental health permit. We need HCD insignia on our vehicles, which costs a lot of money. Rent for spaces that we park at. And just want to kind of like close by saying, food truck operators are culinary artists. They're entrepreneurs. They're innovators. They bring an immense value to the communities which they serve, and they shouldn't be criminalized or treated inequitably compared to other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is this on? Yeah, cool. Hello, my name is Fernando Herrera, operator of Tacos Herrera. I run a food trailer, here in town. We've been selling our tacos since 1975, I just want to keep it super simple, I want to oppose any new regulations and open a discussion about reviewing the current codes. I also just want to make sure that I'm recognized as a small business and to make sure that we are being treated equally, in comparison to any other small local businesses here in Truckee. And, there was a comment made, about small businesses, we're pretty much getting, triggered to that because, we also pay our bills, we taxes, commissary, maintenance, as Ray was saying. So, we pretty much, so thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Fernando.
I got the green light. Great. My name's Bob Ferwerda, and I'm trying to build an ADU and a junior ADU. I've been into it well over 2 years, and I'm still not making a lot of progress for a lot of reasons. I have some objections to some of the revisions in the proposed. Some of them are, let me go through one. I'm a technical writer, I'm an engineer, I'm a builder, and when I read the text on the retaining wall that talks about stone walls, dry packed stone walls, and board form concrete, they're kind of talking about design, but they're talking about materials. But my point is they've overlooked masonry walls. It's a standard item, probably more small walls are out of masonry. I think the technical reading needs to be polished. I'll meet with staff or whatever on it. The second one is I want to build an ADU and a junior ADU, and I'm doing an SB9 lot. My SB9 lot is 3,000 feet. The height statement says if it's over 3,000, if the lot is over 3,000 feet, then it can only be 16 feet tall. But if it's smaller than 3,000 feet, it can be 21 foot tall. What do you do when it's 3,000 feet? I think the wording should say if it's 3,000 or less, then you're allowed the certain height. Again, I think it's a technical item.
Just back
The other
up from
issue I
the
want-
microphone just a tad bit. It was rubbing on your shirt. There you go. Perfect.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry. The third item is the definition section. I've been beat over by the staff about a parking pad because they wanted to call it a driveway. They don't have a definition for a parking pad. They don't have a definition for driveway. They're very common definitions that should be in the code. And the irony about my story is I had a parking pad the size of a vehicle, and because it wasn't 20 feet wide, they made me take out pavement. So now I park on the dirt because that's the staff's interpretation or their misinterpretation of the code. Again, they should have a definition for a parking pad, and they should have a definition for driveway. The other one I want to get to is I'm in the Lakeview subdivision, and we're unusual. We're small lots, we're narrow streets, we're steep hillside. We should have our own section. But before I close, because I only got 25 seconds, I'm a technical reader, and when I read the zoning code, there's so many hooks in there that have no public purpose, but yet they abuse or prevent a person from a reasonable use of their property. I think this is a systemic problem that needs to be recognized. There should be some appeal process when a regulation has no community benefit, but yet it's a hardship for the owner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bob. And I would request that if you do have specific development code amendments for us in the future, if you also submitted those electronically prior, in addition to make your public comment, it would be easier for us to process them from the dais. It's hard for us to change vocabulary and language from the dais.
The public doesn't get notice, and when you're coming up with these amendments, there's no pre-notice like most other projects have. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Okie dokie. Any other public comment? You all stuck it through. Good job. Thank you so much. We will close public comment. We'll bring it back for council deliberation. We heard a couple of things in addition to staff asking for clarification. So should we start with so retaining walls, the masonry question so I guess what I would say is that at least with maybe some of the public comment we heard, we're going to pitch that back to staff and let them come back to us at a future development code update, unless there's something specific that we heard that we want to address right now, but without having specific language. I'm not comfortable. Do you want to do it now? What do you want to add? Go ahead.
I'd respond to Mr. Furwerder's concern about masonry walls being omitted from the permissible uses.
So the language that was proposed was in conjunction with engineering. So I'm not sure if Dan or Becky was in those conversations, but we could potentially make some modifications if they're familiar with those discussions.
Dan's like, not me.
Sorry. I wasn't actually involved in those conversations, so I don't know for sure.
Okay, why don't we give you guys a second? We'll come back to the masonry issue on the retaining walls. I think from a reasonable perspective, allowing for masonry on retaining walls is an acceptable use. At least I'm shaking my head yes. Are you? Yeah, unless staff has a reason that we would be prohibiting that. So
And I can check the language to see how specific it was. I mean, it's possible we could,
great.
Maybe there's
because it might be that they're just kind of referencing
Examples.
some options and they're not excluding it.
Anything. Yep.
As an
That's why we'll let staff come back to us on that one. I didn't hear anything. I appreciate Mr. Forwerda's comments. I think the 3,000 square foot issue is something that needs to get reconciled as well. Does staff have a comment on that one?
Well, I found the language. It says,
go ahead, Laura.
It shall be constructed of dry stack, stone, board form concrete, or similar design.
So masonry is
So
okay
there's-
with similar. Okay, so we're good there. Okay.
Nodding heads.
Yeah.
For the record, nodding heads.
The only other real specific
Similar.
one I heard was the 3,000 square feet.
Yeah, so it does say 2,000 square feet or less, and then 2,000 square feet or more. There's two different standards. So when we bring that back for the second reading, we could figure out which, I didn't write that section, so
Okay.
figure out which one is supposed to be the cutoff, and then we can make that edit.
Great. Thank you very much. Was there anything else anybody heard outside of what is in our agenda that they want to bring up? You're good there? Seeing, okay. Okay. So let's move into the specific ones in front of us. Just shake your head yes if you want to talk about something. The zoning district regulations, everybody's good on that one? Any changes there? Trailhead parking, retaining walls we talked about, downtown parking, everybody's okay? Home occupation. Let's deal with detached living areas then. So any additional questions or comments on the detached living area conversation, Councilmember Romack?
Yeah, well, I think, again, we want to incentivize people to do ADUs rather than just a detached living area. And Laura, to your point, well, they may not utilize it now. In the future, whoever owns that property, there would then be an ADU. So I do think that is a consideration. So it seems like almost if it's less, that's why I was asking about the 750 marker. It seems like it should be less than that to incentivize you to then, oh, well, I could have an ADU up to 750 square feet and get this benefit rather than just making this living space with a wet bar and a bathroom. I might as well just put in a kitchen and make it an ADU. So I know we heard Planning Commission didn't like 500 square feet. So I don't know if we feel like we should make it a little more than that, 600 square feet, to give people a little bit more room to do what they want on their private property, but yet still incentivizing if you want to go a little bigger and utilize some of the benefits of an ADU, then you would do an ADU. So maybe 600, hearing the Planning Commission a little bit, even though we're not totally going that way, giving a little more space. Any thoughts?
I can live with that.
Yeah, I can live with that too. I actually don't think it was a square foot conversation at the Planning Commission. I think it was simply a private property issue, and I don't think the number actually mattered to them, which is why I'm fine with 500. But if we want to compromise at 6, I'm certainly fine with that too. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
As usual, I agree with the mayor.
So
600?
Sure.
All right.
600. Everybody's okay with 600? Yeah. Okay. So we'll move that to 600. We will move that recommendation along, and good old food trucks. The other one was demolition. Did you have any comments on demolition, Vice Mayor Zabriskie?
I'm fine with the staff's
Anybody else?
recommendation.
Okay, so I think we're fine there. So food trucks is really the last one we need to work with here.
Half stories.
On the cleanup.
Oh.
Is that what you're referring to? The half story you want to insert back in?
The 5 feet. 500 feet. No, 5 feet.
What-
The
you're
additional
talking about
additional 5 feet of height for an attic or mechanical space.
Yes.
Allowing that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we can make that edit for
Okay.
the next hearing.
Okay. You mean that'll come back in our second reading, basically? Yeah. Okay. Everybody's okay with that. You understand what he's talking about? Okay. Okay. So we're good there. So just food trucks left, right? Okay. Let's finish off food trucks. Councilmember Romack, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, I appreciate the three of you coming this evening and some of you submitting comments as well. I think you all brought up really good points. You know, a discussion I've heard in the economic development world too is also the micro business idea and how things like food trucks give an opportunity for businesses to start small and then maybe grow. I think of Red Truck, that was a truck and now is a permanent location. So providing opportunities for people to start businesses, run businesses that complement other businesses. I think is appropriate. It does seem like some of the proposed staff, are a little bit arbitrary. To your point, Councilmember Klovstad, 6 hours is temporary, so is 6 weeks. So it does seem like a little bit more discussion is warranted on this. I mean, I know we ask a lot of staff, but it almost seems like, yeah, should we have a little more discussion and get more insight from some restaurant owners as well as food truck vendors to see where really are these challenges? And then, I think everybody needs to follow rules and we need to be equitable. But it doesn't seem like we're at that place today.
So the 6-hour thing is already in there.
Yeah,
If you wanted us to go back and look at the existing regulations and potentially changing those, then we can put that on our list of things for a future update. We do need to do the general plan implementation, so I'm not sure when we would be able to bring it back, but we could do that if you want us to put that on our list.
I guess I would recommend our normal process here, which would be to say we want this added to the bike rack during our next quarterly update. If it's something that warrants moving up faster because they're working on development code amendments, that would be a way to do that. I think for the time being, for tonight's hearing, I think our options are to pick and choose how we want to handle the pieces of this. And I can give you my opinions if you want to start us off, to either axe the whole thing and just say, leave it alone, or to do something else. But I don't think we're here to say we're going to change it from 6 to 8 tonight, because that's not part of the development code at the moment. That would be the bike rack conversation, would be to have the different change. My recommendation, if you want to hear it, would be to axe the only one per site, to axing the move for storage, but to keep the one on the state. So to keep storing on the same property, to basically allow that to not basically to allow for storage on the same property without moving it. So we would be allowing storage on the same property, or at least my recommendation would be allow for storage on the same property, get rid of a limit on the number of food trucks per property, allow that to just be ambiguous as it is now, basically, right?
Can I just ask one clarifying question? So what if someone wanted to put 10 on their property and not move them? That would be a big change from what we currently allow, because we do only allow one per area now.
Right.
So that might be something to consider.
Yeah, but it would also, that said property would have to be able to accommodate that. So there would be property constraints that would potentially come into play there.
Yeah, we don't really have parameters for that type of use, because that's not how it's currently written.
Yeah.
So that might be part of the bigger discussion if you want to have multiples on a site, or sort of more permanently or seasonally located.
Yeah, I guess I'm simply reflecting on the changes that are being proposed tonight. And one of those changes is
the one
only one food truck allowed per site.
So the current language is one per area, which
areas.
I mean, if we were trying to enforce that, we could say, what is an area? Is it per block? You can only have one per block. I mean, you can.
It's vague.
So we were trying to make it more specific to a parcel. But if you wanted to go I suppose
we could say up to 3.
Yeah, I think I just think there would maybe need to be some parameters. I guess is what I'm saying.
So changing that to be up to 3 per site. I just picked that number. So allowing up to 3 per site, not requiring it to be moved for storage, and allowing for it to be stored on property, basically. No other changes.
What about the paving requirement for our stormwater permit?
I would defer to staff on that one, and I don't see that as an existing issue, personally. I think if you want to do something Andy's chomping at the bit there.
Hi.
He's dying to
so
chomp at the bit.
we're doing a little more drafting on the fly than we generally want to do.
Yes.
And also, we didn't notice a lot of this stuff. So generally, we like to. It's not that you're completely constrained by what we put in our public hearing notice, but we like to include in the public hearing notice anything significant. And we're now starting to depart from the land of what we've noticed and enter exciting new territory. So
the example simply being up to 3.
Well, that by itself is a somewhat significant change, but it seems like we're kind of exploring the space, so to speak.
No, that's why I was trying to keep us very specific to either accepting or not accepting the changes being proposed. That was really all I was doing. And if I was straying too far from that, then feel free to reel me in. But that was my impression, was that we were simply talking about changes being proposed and either accepting some of them or not accepting some of them. Right? Tell me.
Well, I mean,
tell me what we're doing wrong.
You're not doing anything wrong. You're not doing anything wrong. You can do a lot of things. The 3 on a site by itself is a somewhat significant change. But is that the only change that you're doing other than a thumbs up or thumbs down to?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're saying add it to the bike rack.
Oh, sure.
Well,
Absolutely.
so let's clarify, because it seems like we're all talking some different languages here. So I'm hearing a future item get added to the bike rack with your next update to revisit food trucks as a whole item.
Yes.
For tonight's purposes, the only things I think I've heard you edit are the 5-foot restriction. Forget what item that was. And then instead of 1 food truck per area, you're asking to have up to 3 per site.
Yes.
And everything else has been.
And we're axing a few things potentially.
You're axing a few things.
Yeah, basically allowing for storage on site and not requiring it to be moved. And those are all things being proposed in
There were
development
also,
code.
Councilmember Klovstadt asked questions about the mobileness that was brought up in public comments too, about being attached to a trailer. So,
but I didn't see that as a proposal. That's just currently the definition. You were asking questions about the current definition, not about something being proposed in this development code change. Is that correct?
No, I thought it was something that was being proposed. Is it not?
No, that's the current definition, that it has to be
correct.
Mobile.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying that conversation gets punted to the bike rack. Punt it. We're not dealing with it. We're not dealing with 6 hours. We're not dealing with any of that.
yes, I feel like if we're punting a topic to the bike rack, though, that is going to look at all this, why would we make a change of up to 3 per property tonight if that would be part of a bigger conversation? Like, does it make sense to just...
Because what staff is telling us is 1 per area is vague.
So 1 per area is vague, but you might just want to put this in the food rack,
Well,
in the bike rack, and come back for a conversation. I think it's getting late and we're getting too confused with the number of items that we're talking about.
And I think our concern was that we didn't send a notice out that said up to 3 food trucks per site. So that's our concern, and just disclosing to the public who might have been looking at the agenda, that's a significant change when you can only have 1 right now.
Well, but it's okay, fine.
I suggest we axe food trucks, leave things as is, put it in the bike rack, unless there's anything. Because otherwise, we're just...
As long as 1 per area is fine. I'm just reflecting on the reason why this was brought to us as 1 per site. You brought it to us as 1 per site because the current definition is 1 per area, and you felt that was vague. And so if you are okay with that vagueness, then we are fine with that vagueness too. Then leave it alone. But I don't think that solves anybody's problem.
I mean, we would like to clean it up, but it sounds like this needs to be a bigger discussion. So it would probably make sense to just bring it back.
Okay. I still think storage. So I think the storage issue is something that you want us to deal with, or no?
I would suggest you just do food trucks in one conversation at a future date. I'm not hearing that there's a lot of concern from the operators about the current language necessarily. We were responding to different scenarios. It seems to be working for them to some degree at the moment. If we put it in the food truck or bike rack and talk about it, it is late.
And maybe just to also clarify, so why we keep saying the bike rack, it's not a literal bike rack. Our bike rack is part of our work plan. And so if something is not in our work plan, we move it to what we call the bike rack. And in order for it to become part of our work plan, that means then we will take it from there and move it into the work plan. But the putting something on the bike rack, just to be very clear, could mean 1 to 3 years before it ever gets spoken about again. So I'm just being really clear with everybody here so that the public is aware and everybody else is aware of what that actually means, right? Because I think the conflicts of the existing conditions are not being solved tonight from a storage issue and from a movement issue. That's all. So if we're all fine with the existing conditions, I think that puts some of our operators here out of compliance if we are trying to solve existing problems. I just want to be clear about that. And I think we were trying to solve some of those compliance issues, and that's why we're talking about it. So I'm totally on board with putting this on the bike rack, but we have some very particular storage things that would make some of the existing operations out of compliance. Can somebody in planning speak to that? The storage issue in particular.
That's true. But we could also, since we have 3 food truck operators right now, just wait to do any sort of enforcement until this conversation comes back to council too.
Thank you for putting that on record, Danielle. I very much appreciate that. Is that sufficient? Okay. I am comfortable with that. So we will, is everybody else comfortable with that? That staff is saying that we will allow for things to continue as is, and we will enforce once we have a more robust discussion and refining of the policy. And we will not take any action on the food truck ordinance tonight. That is what staff is proposing.
I appreciate all the delicate dancing, tiptoeing through the tulips here. I agree with that. I think that's actually the best possible outcome we could produce given our constraints. And the fact that we do want to do proper public noticing of especially anything that might impact fellow businesses and community members. Just with that last part, I think we need to be really clear that our operators need to uphold all the codes and ordinances. We're just being kind of lenient on that storage one. We're not giving them free rein for anything, right? I think that's what we're saying here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
I'm in with it.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie, so quiet. You're good?
I think the food truck operators might be working against their best interests, but
that's what I was
we'll
trying
find out.
to help them. Yes.
Find out.
Okay. Okay, so I think we're good. I think, Laura, you have all of our edits recorded. So our action, and I'll take somebody, need a motion there if anybody's ready. Are you ready?
Make a motion. No, that's okay. To introduce ordinance 2024-04 to approve the 2024 Development Code amendments with proposed modifications and determine the amendments to be exempt from CEQA pursuant to 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines in sections 15060C2 and 15060C3 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations. And thanks to Laura and team for all their effort on this.
Second, I understand the one revision is on the adding 5 feet for non-habitable use, and staff is sticking with the recommendation it had originally on, 600 feet.
600.
We're doing
Yep.
600 feet on the detached living spaces. So it's 2 revisions.
And then editing the SB 9 to the square footage
Yes,
up to, or,
yes.
yeah.
So I guess there's
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, motion passes. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate your comments very much so. Thank you. Let's move on to council member reports before we go into closed session. Vice Mayor Zabriskie, you ready? Go.
Microphone. Microphone, please.
with the Jaboom Street developer to discuss his project. Met with the Rotary subgroup about developing a park at Glenshire Bridge. Attended at the R2SC meeting, the River Revitalization meeting regarding the matters covered in our agenda item earlier tonight. Attended the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. Had a presentation from Placer County on their active transportation plan. What was fascinating about that is measuring bicycle improvements in terms of the rider's experience, from scary as could be to I feel really comfortable, and measuring pedestrian experiences, the adequacy of pedestrian infrastructure in terms of how they view it. And then their plan for active transportation is for year-round use. They're serious about people not driving year-round. So kind of challenged Truckee in a way. We had a presentation on the Kings Beach parking plan, things that we can be thinking about. They're looking at dynamic parking plans, demand-based pricing, shared lots, zonal parking permits, escalating fines, increased unloading sites. And then finally, there was a presentation from the Rapid Carpool app, where when they get something like 100 people signed up wanting a ride and 100 people willing to provide a ride, you'll be able to go on the app and say, I want to go from this spot to that spot. And in 20 seconds, they find out if they have a driver or not. Attended the Southwest Gas Zoom regarding their franchise agreement with Anna and staff. Attended the Nevada County Transportation Commission, where we have a work plan draft on that includes the Eastern County Transit Plan update, and then we're looking at an induced demand study to present to the state that would allow wider roads for emergency uses and tourist uses. And the Truckee River Legacy Foundation discussing their role in the R2SC actions, and then a budget committee meeting with LAFCO on increasing their annual budget. This was a work meeting about increasing their budget 8%, so they'll be coming to us if we adopt it as LAFCO with an 8% increase. That's to address increased salaries for their staff, offset by reductions in their professional consultants, but they'll be back again in a year needing to increase professional consultants because we need to do the sphere of influence update, master service reports for Truckee, for the town of Truckee, the sanitary district, and the PUD.
All you did? That's it? That was 2 weeks worth of stuff? That's
Good
it?
morning.
You must have 10 more.
Good morning, Truckee.
Councilmember Klofstad, take it away.
Those are going to be massive LAFCO reports. So thanks for giving us the heads up that those are coming. Attended the Civic Well Policymakers Conference with Councilmember Henderson and Romack, as well as Jen and Hillary. It was amazing. I'll tell you guys more about it another time. We already talked about my updates for the biomask. Yep. met with Jan and staff about gas franchise, and quite a long time ago now, because I haven't been here since then, held the CTA strategic planning session at my house, which Jan Zabriskie, Vice Mayor Zabriskie, attended, which was very productive, but a lot more work to be done still. And a new 2024 strategic plan is pending.
I'll jump in. Attended Civic Well Conference, as Councilmember Klofstad said, and kudos to Councilmember Klofstad. She was going to say officiated, moderated a panel, and she did a fantastic job. So great job. Also attended R2SC meeting with Councilmember Zabriskie, the TMA meeting. Councilmember Zabriskie mentioned one correction, that was the TRPA's active transportation plan, not Placer County's, but still good for us all to have on our radar. Also, Councilmember Zabriskie and I have been having conversations with all of the applicants for those 2 additional resident seats on the R2SC. I feel like we'll just wait till the committee meeting. And I also attended the CCC meeting a few weeks ago. It was a lot on trails and Truckee Trails Foundation and Truckee Dirt Union, both presented on some of the work they've been doing. That's it.
Excellent. I met with Aaron Casey from the Housing Hub just to get an update on where they are. I did a ribbon cutting at the new Shire studio out in Glenshire. We had a VTT board meeting last week. Very productive, and we are moving forward with an advocacy policy at VTT, so something that will guide very similar to some of the legislative type of advocacy that we do here. And then I attended the chamber put on their visitor center kickoff visiting meeting this morning here in council chambers. There were like good 25, almost 30 people that attended, tons of business owners, representatives from TDMA, from the chamber, from the business community at large, along with some of the employees of the visitor center. And I had all of my hats on as a downtown business owner, as a VTT board member, and also as a council member. So it was good to hear what everybody had to say and sort of start to paint the picture for what that starts to look like in the coming years. And I think they're on the right track, is the good thing. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you. We are adjourning to closed session.